Chapter 1544. Dong Zhu. He asked if there's any work he can do now. The docks don't want him as he doesn't know how to work. He used to be a fisherman by the sea. His family died 5 years ago. He's 16 years old. The maid held onto the handrail and jumped down. She came back to report that the man wanted to work today. What happened at the docks? 16 years old? His family died when he was 11 years old. Fishing? No boat? No property or land. Li Yi put all the keywords together. He was doubtful. I'll go ask. The maid nodded and turned around to rush to the stairs. Go down. Don't you know whose maid you are? Do you think you're a fairy? You're flying and flying. Li Yi shouted. This is the second time. You still dare to imitate me? I'll break your legs if you jump again. I'll watch. Xiao Lan spoke up for her again. She didn't say anything. This maid would probably be taught a lesson later. Don't put the rules of other places on me. I'm afraid I'll fall. Li Yi understood immediately and was unhappy. I just said a few words, and you're going to find trouble with that person behind my back? The maid changed her posture in an instant. She felt that the movement of her feet was very stable as she floated down the stairs. She was wearing a long skirt, and her small steps were fast and steady. Her upper body didn't move, but when she walked, it was as if she was floating. Not long after, the maid floated up and spoke without panting. Owner, he said that he beat someone up. Someone had taken over his property, and he used a stick to beat them up. I don't know if he killed them, but he ran away. Li looked down. The man, or rather the big boy, was standing there waiting. Send someone to investigate. The Li family Zhuangzi is sending something to the south of the city. He followed the car and unloaded the goods. Li Yi gave her another job. It was a temporary worker. She would earn some money today and make straw sandals tomorrow. The other maid floated down. She couldn't be too tired. The women who were eating nearby looked at each other and recognized Li Yi. Today, they saw how Li Yi treated the commoners. So Li Yi was this kind of person. He cooked for the women and personally delivered the food. When he saw that the commoners had no shoes, he quickly thought of a solution. There were rumors that Li Yi killed people without batting an eyelid. But how could that be true? Look at such a delicate Li Dongzhu. How could he kill someone? He would probably faint at the sight of blood. Princess Yongmu didn't know what the other women were thinking, but she knew her future husband well. The weapon he invented could kill a large number of people. Fainting at the sight of blood? Li Lang was always telling lies, and people still believed him. Even if that so-called artery ruptured and blood sprayed onto his face, he was still able to stop the bleeding expressionlessly. His hands did not even tremble. Li Lang, you're not scared at all when you see a big wound. How did you train? Princess Yongmu whispered to Li Yi. Li Yi frowned. Some memories were not good. He had encountered it many times. At the very beginning, he didn't dare to fight. In a fight, a person's face was cut open. How do you suture it? Looking at the wound, he could empathize with it. He was finished. It was the department director who did it personally. He stood at the side and watched. Under the mask, his mouth was open and his teeth were clenched. Blood circulation was accelerated. Breathing was rapid, hypoxia. Gastric pressure was high. Fingers were pale, cold, trembling, and slow to react. His hands were shaking when he handed over the needle holder. Then he got used to it. He chatted while suturing the patient, and they talked about casual topics. It was not that the doctor was numb. Such a doctor would give the patient a sense of security. A patient was about to undergo surgery. Li Yi was the chief surgeon. No matter what he thought, he did not show it on his face. At the same time, he said, "It's a small surgery, easy." Of course, if he was in another state, he would say something different. "It's a small surgery, don't be afraid. It's not a problem. You can do it. I guarantee that you won't die. Don't worry." The patient's family member who was about to enter the operating theater was relieved. Li Yi continued, "Although it's your first time performing surgery for others, you've seen a lot. There's also a teacher teaching you. Now, the department director is helping you. Go ahead." The family member and the patient were probably speechless. This thoracic surgery was different from the nurse's acupuncture, right? It was the nurse's first time performing acupuncture on the patient. If she made a mistake, then so be it. It was an intravenous drip. She could always find the blood vessel after 2 more injections. Li Yi raised his hands and rubbed his face. It's a habit. It's no different from a chicken laying eggs. You can tell if the chicken has eggs or not with just a touch. Huh. Including Xiaolan. The women around them looked at Li Yi in surprise. They had a good life and had been in the palace since they were young. How could they know the situation of the poultry in the common people's homes? You don't know. The common people raise ducks and geese at home. They usually know if the eggs are lost. Li Yi continued to explain. You can feel it. Before the egg is laid, it's soft, but you can feel it. When there's a bulge, the eggshell will appear. If it's soft, it will slowly harden. If there's not enough calcium, the egg that comes out will be a soft-shelled egg. Before the chickens, ducks, and geese are released, you have to touch them to know which one is going to lay eggs. Chickens usually lay eggs in the chicken coop. Occasionally, they will lay eggs in the haystack outside. They can't hold it in. Ducks and geese are free-range outside. When they come back, you can touch them again. If the eggs are gone, you have to pick them up. If there's not enough eggs, you'll lose the eggs. After Li Yi finished speaking, he looked at everyone's expression as if they had learned something. He shook his head, helplessly. At that time, he was already a city dweller. It was understandable that he didn't know these things. How could the ancient people not know? Li Dongzhu, I heard that a blind man went to the river to pick up the eggs of ducks and geese. He can pick them up with just one pick. He's better than people who aren't blind. What's going on? Finally, a woman couldn't help but ask. She wanted to know something. Ducks and geese have to choose a place to lay eggs. The humidity, temperature, and the hardness of the ground are all familiar to blind people from a young age. This is the distance between life and death. It must be mastered. In fact, blind people can't compare to normal people. It's just that when a blind person does something that normal people can do, others think highly of the blind person. Li Yi was stunned as he spoke. He looked at the cement ground outside. Remember, draw the blind path. Go back and do it around Chang'an. Tell the blind how to distinguish and teach them to step on the blind path. Where the blind path is, there shouldn't be any debris piled up. But if there's a blind person, other people should give way. At key intersections, blind people should pass through. Even trams and carriages have to give way. Li Yi was very guilty and blamed himself. There were many blind people in the Tang dynasty. It was caused by various reasons, especially after the age of 30, when there were problems with their eyesight. Children fell sick and didn't receive timely treatment. They also couldn't see. He only wanted to improve the living standards of the people and forgot that there were some special groups. As a doctor, he shouldn't have. Li Yi had his own understanding of medicine. Many doctors were actually not good at literature. They belonged to science. The word medicine itself contained many things. Medicine, when broken down, was the sum, the arrow, the sum, and the unitary. Looking at it alone, there were several explanations. But in fact, it was a curse, a ritual. The arrow was a needle, the needle of acupuncture. The sum had edges, but no blades. What was it used for? Scraping. Can't it be scraped with a blade? Do you want to use the razor's blade to scrape the skin? The unitary was soup, the decoction of medicine. The word medicine contained the means to treat diseases. It wasn't the so-called medical explanation of putting things in a container or throwing arrows into a jar. If it could be translated into such a person. Haha, let's put it this way. Anyone who could understand the ancient music subtraction score would not interpret the word medicine as anything else. Chapter 1545. Others didn't understand that Li Yi was thinking from a doctor's point of view, but they knew that Li Yi was indeed thinking for the people, even if he was blind. They didn't feel that they had wasted money to build an easy road for the blind. Instead, they were proud because this was Chang'an. Who in the world would have this ambition? The Tian Shu on the ground of Luoyang had fallen, but the Tian Shu in the hearts of the people of the Tang dynasty had risen. True faith was never shown by external objects, but only in the heart. Shao Yi, come over here to eat. We can't go over. While everyone was thinking about this, someone shouted from the building diagonally opposite. It's Bai Zaifu! Princess Yongmu saw him. Bai Gu was actually in the equipment warehouse of the Winged Knights, where Wen Tian stored things. It was next to the sports center. Let's go and eat with them. Li Yi was helpless. They were a group of old men. What could he do? Everyone moved, carried things, and brought lunch boxes for them. They promised that they wouldn't bring their own food. A large group of people looked down from the top of the building through the railing. Some people had temporarily set up a shed with tables and chairs, waiting for the food. I'm having a meal with my family's Wen Tian. You all know. Li Yi found a seat and sat down. You're flying in the sky. It's probably spread all over Chang'an. What about your daily life? Bai Gu looked at the maid and asked for something. Daily life is for the emperor. You can't call me that casually. Do you want to kill me? I don't even have personal freedom. Li Yi motioned the maid to give the note to Bai Gu. Look, I'm open and above board. Bai Gu waved his hand. It's not my turn to look. Can I drink? He saw Li Yi holding a beer and craved it. You don't have to work in the afternoon. Li Yi motioned Bai Gu to stretch out his arm. He wanted to feel his pulse. Bai Gu rolled up his sleeves. I don't have to work. The others rolled up their sleeves one after another. I just thought of something. The imperial court will pay for it. Relax. It's just a small amount of money. Don't be nervous. My heart rate immediately went up. Li Yi shook his head. Why did she change her attitude when money was mentioned? How much is Xiao Yuan? Bai Gu stared at Li Yi. When Li Yi talked about money, he also used 10,000 taels as a unit. In the city of Chang, and including the surrounding area, there are about 1,000 goats. Li Yi estimated that it wouldn't cost much to find craftsmen. Qian Yao, you're asking the imperial court to come out? You just casually took it. Bai Gu let out a long sigh. Was Qian Yao considered money? The convenience project will increase the people's sense of support for the imperial court. I pay and the people support me. You can have some grape wine. Drink 2 or 3 taels and eat while drinking. You don't have to eat the main course. Ask someone to go back to Zhuangzi's greenhouse to dig up some radishes. Dip them in the sauce and cut them into cucumber strips. You'd better drink white wine. It's 50% proof, 100 grams. Li Yi raised his head and walked away. The maid beside him handed him a wet towel to wipe his face. He then went to other people's tables. Okay, I'll drink white wine. There's no difference between the people supporting you and the imperial court. What's the use of paying 1,000 goats for the imperial court? Bai Gu looked at the green onions soaked in soy sauce and smacked his lips. The blind road is a road for the blind. The blind don't need to use a blind stick to find the right direction. Li Yi took out a stethoscope from his pocket and showed it to Song Jing. Song Jing was nervous. Why did he have to use other equipment to check his pulse? Song Zaifu, drink beer with ice. Li Yi recommended beer after listening. Okay. Song Jing was relieved. After Li Yi took a look at everyone, the radishes and other pickled vegetables were brought over. However, there were no green onions. It was not suitable for the old men to eat green onions for lunch. Xiao Yi, tell me about the construction of the blind road. Bai Gu picked up a radish and looked at the people below. Take the existing road and make it into strips and dots with cement. The strips represent execution, and the dots represent intersections and turns. Li Yi followed the common standards of his time. Why not make it into a triangle or a rhombus? Bai Gu finally understood why there was less money. It was because it was simple. cement, labor, and wooden strips. First, use the wooden strips to make a frame. After mixing the cement, pour it in, smooth it, cover it with grass, and water it. When it was about time, take the frame down. The cement strips and dots were just a little higher than the surrounding ones. Step on them and you will know. How do you solve the problem of crossing the carriages on the blind road? Lu Chong looked at the track road and asked, adjust the dots and tell the blind that there is a track in front. The blind person can slowly move over. Li Yi said, according to the railway method, the road can be left with a blind road at the crosswalk. The track can only let the blind person walk over and tell them that there is a track in front. If there is a car. Su Yi also wanted to find a place where the accident could happen. There is a bell, and when the blind person crosses, there is no one beside him. Won't it be solved if the blind person helps? Li Yi did not think this was a problem at all. Not to mention the Tang dynasty, when he was a blind person crossing the road, if there was someone beside him, they would help him. The blind person also did not refuse. Ding-ling, ding-ling. Just then, a carriage came over. Su Yi! Princess Yongmu slowly ate her lunch and did not speak. She looked at the people below. There were many people eating lunch. Some people did not have a stove in their house. They only had a stove after the stove was built. They did not cook and only boiled water. In the past, they drank cold water and got sick in the summer and winter. When the others found someone to talk to, Princess Yongmu whispered to Li Yi, there is no black bread in the East Market. There are indeed many rich people. There should be. Bring your own rice. As the weather gets hot, it is not easy to store it. Black bread is now 1 coin per piece. There is a profit. Li Yi remembered the black bread that was used to subsidize the people's losses. 1 coin per piece was enough to last them for a day. Those with a small appetite could last them for 2 days. How can it be profitable? Princess Yongmu had never looked at the report. Money is valuable. Productivity increases and prices decrease. Selling 10 pieces of black bread used to cost 1 coin. Now, selling 10 pieces of black bread earns 1 coin. Yes, Zhongsun Xan should be very happy to sell black bread in Lantian County. He wants to learn everything from Zhuangzi. Li Yi thought of someone who should have been beaten to death. Zhongsun Xan used his official position to do business. When he earned money, he was willing to throw it away. He repaired bridges and roads, donated military funds, provided help to the people who had difficulties in their lives, and arranged jobs for them. He had won the hearts of the people in Lantian County. It would be difficult to kill him. Li Yi, where are you? Li Yi had just mentioned Zhongsun Xan when Zhongsun Xan's voice was heard. It was familiar. He was downstairs, shouting towards the upper floor of Fragrant Fragrance Pavilion. He had brought 4 aides with him. The aides were all officials, but they still helped him. Please come up. Li Yi did not know why Zhongsun Xan came to look for him. Could it be that there was a new good thing? The maid went downstairs. Another maid quickly went upstairs to get the tableware. There was no need to tell them. If they waited foolishly for Li Yi or Princess Yongmu to say, who is going to get the tableware? These maids would not be in their current positions. They would not be able to survive in the palace. Zhongsun Xan jogged up, proving that he was in good health. He first cupped his fists and bowed. Everyone responded to him. It was not because of his official position, but because he had done many good things in Lantian County. Li Yi, you will never expect that I have a good idea. It can provide jobs and make management more convenient. Zhongsun Xan probably could not hold it in any more. He hooted as soon as they met. Chapter 1546. After Zhongsun Xan finished speaking, he thanked the maid who brought him water to wash his hands and looked at Li Yi confidently. All the officials' eyes lit up, and then they shook their heads, especially Yao Chong. He did not think highly of Zhongsun Xan. He used to be as ambitious as Zhongsun Xan and sent the craftsmen to leave family Zhuangzi. If Li Yi was not as capable as Zhang Sun Xan, how could he have his current status? Princess Yongmu was surprised. Could it be that after her uncle made money from selling black bread, he became arrogant? How dare he challenge Li Lang? If he is really capable, I will recommend him to my father to be the prime minister. Do you want to drink beer with ice? Li Yi saw Zhang Sun Xian's attitude and calmed down. He did not need to wait for a while to find a job. Yes, I have rushed all the way here. I am thirsty. Zhang Sun Xian sat at the table on the left. The maid served the dishes, beer and ice cubes, and then retreated to the side. Zhang Sun Xian picked up the beer cup and took a big gulp. Zhang Sun Xian burped. Li Yi, even His Majesty, would be surprised if I told him about my method. Ah, awesome. Black bread is profitable now? Li Yi nodded and asked about what he said to Princess Yongmu. How do you know? Oh, Li family Zhuangzi is also selling black bread. It is the same as me. Zhang Sun Xian paused for a moment and then figured it out. Bai Gu heard what Zhang Sun Xian said and wanted to find an imperial physician to take a look at him. What does he mean by Li family Zhuangzi is also selling black bread? Li family Zhuangzi was the first to promote black bread. Zhang Sun Xian thought again. Xiao Yi is here, and there is no need for an imperial physician. Li Yi picked up his cup and took a big gulp. Let's talk about the job. The people of the Tang dynasty need more jobs. Okay, I will teach you today. Aya, I think this is amazing. I am so good in front of other people. Can't you just say it? Yao Chong glared at him. We still have something to talk to Li Yi about, but you suddenly came over. Speak, I'll speak now. Everyone, are the people unwilling to move to another place? Zhang Sun Xian asked. Everyone. Since no one agreed, you can say it yourself. I have a way. For example, I know where there is a mine or where I want to build a large workshop. I'll let the people go there. There are jobs and they can earn money. Give them a little more money and they'll move. I'm talking about the people who don't have land. They rely on that. Oh, handicraft industry to make money. Once they're there, everyone can make the necessary arrangements and manage it together. This will save the court a lot of trouble. What do you think? Zhang Sun Xian did not care about the awkward silence and explained his thoughts. A large group of people looked at it seriously. That was a good idea. Inspector Zhang Sun, did you come up with this brilliant plan? Yao Chong looked at Li Yi as he spoke to Zhang Sun Xian. Of course, there are aides to help. Zhang Sun Xian did not take credit alone. The 4 Luo brothers came with him. Can we lure the aboriginals out? Zhang Juling knew about the problems of the aboriginals in Guangzhou. Li Yi had solved many of them. Most of the aboriginals still stayed in their own places and did not come out. Of course. Zhang Sun Xian nodded. If there are any escapees, can they be led to a centralized management? Song Jing took this seriously. Of course. Zhang Sun Xian nodded. The Zhang Sun family indeed has capable people. It's really good. It solves some problems. It's also a skill to be able to find good aides. See what's suitable and do it accordingly. Let's let Inspector Zhang Sun do a pilot. The others can learn from him. Everyone praised, and Zhang Sun Xian's face turned red. Princess Yongmu pouted. She did not like others suppressing Li Lang. She picked up a piece of braised beef and held it in front of Li Yi's mouth with one hand. Li Lang, eat the meat. Your cooking is the best. Xiao Lan quickly poured Li Yi a full beer and nodded vigorously. The two of them expressed that they would always support you and stand with you. You are the best. Li Yi opened his mouth and ate the meat. He chewed and drank a mouthful of beer. This can be tried. The management of the enterprise itself represents administrative management. If the government can participate, it will be supervision. Li Yi, do you admit that I'm good? Zhang Sun Xian felt proud. I can surpass Li Yi one day. Good. There are a few situations that I have to say first. Li Yi gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Sun Xian and his aides could think of social management. Not bad. The Tang dynasty needed such people. They had to be open-minded and could not always stick to the old rules. Say first? Go ahead. Zhang Sun Xian was a little scared. First, you are not allowed to rent houses. If you build a mining base or a large-scale workshop in a place, the latter generally needs to be supported by the surrounding resources. If everyone goes there and there is no house to live in, you build a house and rent it out. Others will have to bear the additional rental costs. Li Yi raised a finger, not a middle finger. Yes, building houses, not renting. Don't the Li family Zhuangzi have rented houses by the river? There are also installments. Zhang Sun Xian suddenly thought of the Li family Zhuangzi's migrant worker settlement. Li Yi admitted. Yes, they are basically runaways and refugees. Sell the houses to them. Second, you are not allowed to build a shop and ask for high prices. You are also not allowed to sell daily necessities to make a profit. Li Yi raised another finger and gave a peace sign. You can take a picture now. Bang! Zhang Sun Xian was stunned. After a few breaths, she said, You can make money like this? Third, you are not allowed to lend money to migrant workers. For example, they are all your shops. If you build a house for rent, build a shop for yourself, and buy things for your employees, you can book them in advance and add it to your monthly salary. Then, because it is spent in advance, you can collect interest, including medical and educational expenses. Li Yi raised his third finger. He changed the fingers, pinky, ring, middle, and index finger back. If the index, ring, and pinky finger were called orchid fingers. If the thumb, index finger, and pinky finger belonged to the president, who knew everything, it was said that this hand gesture represented the brotherhood. Zhang Sun Xian blinked. This can also make money? Why didn't I think of it? I'm going to use all three of them. I'm going to be rich. Sigh. Several people sighed at the same time. They thought that Zhang Sun Xian's idea was good, and Li Yi didn't understand it. Who would have thought that Li Yi directly pointed out the drawbacks? I call this a corporate community. It even has its own law enforcement department for internal management. Of course, it doesn't have the right to trial. Whoever breaks the law must be investigated by the court. There can only be administrative punishment by the company itself. Whoever interferes with the criminal side is rebelling. Li Yi summarized it simply. In the past, his state-owned enterprises operated like this, and it was even more powerful overseas. The owners of the company or shareholders had too much power, not power. And because the employees lived in a certain circle, they were in fact exploited in multiple ways. If the salary was high and they could save a lot of money, it didn't matter. It was much higher than the wages of workers in the same industry in other places. Oh, Li Dongzhu, is there anything else? Zhang Sun Xian changed the way she addressed Li Yi. A new open community model, based on education and guidance, not limited by fixed positions and fixed areas. For example, residential buildings in the Baishui area. This is better than the corporate community model. Li Yi pointed to the east. I am using it there. Chapter 1547. Ding-ling, ding-ling. Another carriage passed by, and the noise of the East Market became the background music. However, it was unusually quiet above the warehouse. No one spoke. Zhang Sun Xian, whose face had been flushed with excitement, was now pale. The other officials' eyes were filled with shock. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolon held hands and looked at each other. They could see the happiness and pride on each other's faces. The maids puffed out their chests and felt proud. The existence of the community is like each of the 108 squares in Chang. And the difference between the business community is that it is located far away from the political and economic center. In terms of culture and information exchange, it is relatively closed due to the distance. If the government's administrative management and infrastructure services are not in place, it will form a situation where the business community is powerful. Even the village can have its own armed forces, not to mention such a large community. Li Yi spoke and pointed out the root of the problem. Can it be solved? Song Jing couldn't help but ask. He was actually not qualified to ask Li Yi directly. Of course. Li Yi said what Zhang Sun Xian said just now. Bai Gu laughed. Haha. Since Xiao Yi can raise the problem and find the problem, she must have a way to deal with it. It turns out that Inspector Zhang Sun also knows about the business community model. Zhang Sun Xian didn't know why, but he hated Bai Gu. Are you sure you are praising me? Su Yi didn't have time to care about President Zhang Sun Xian's depression. He asked Li Yi, how do we deal with it? The government is the main focus. It's like I provide a gold mine. I don't dig it myself, and I don't organize people. The government will go there and build the infrastructure. They will dig it themselves or hire other big businessmen to dig it. The government will have the management power. They will set up an administrative organization and establish a county. The county magistrate will arrange it. Li Yi gave a solution casually. So it's that simple? Su Yi thought it would be more complicated. Li Dongzhu, I want to fill the wasteland with soil. The soil in Lantian County is good. We can transport it elsewhere and fill it with a layer of soil. Is that okay? Zhang Sun Xian's face was no longer pale. He recovered quickly. He had thought it through. When competing with Li Yi, he seemed to have never won. He just had to get used to it. One of the reasons he came here was to suppress Li Yi, but he failed. Sure enough, Li Yi was still the same old Li Yi. It turned out that the Li family Zhuangzi had always adopted the best community model in the migrant worker settlement area in front of Zhuangzi. The other party didn't even play the backward community mode, so there was nothing wrong with him coming over and getting beaten up. The other was how to operate and improve the soil and how to plant large-scale greenhouses. More importantly, was summer still useful? The Li family Zhuangzi's greenhouse was open all year round. What did they do? It wasn't easy for him to come here, so he hurriedly asked. Li Yi wouldn't haggle over such trivial matters with him. Li Yi raised his glass and took a sip of beer. The local pH is polarized? Or was it sand or yellow soil? Oh, you mean the sandy area? Zhang Sun Xian nodded again and again. Yes, it was a place where nothing could be done. You really knew. I haven't said anything yet, but you actually guessed what soil it was. Li Yi was distressed. He frowned. How do you do it? You cover the soil, and once you water it, it will seep down together with the soil and the nutrients in the soil. We don't have special tools to break stones. Those stones are cheap, and now the river sand is worthless. If you break stones into sand, you will lose money. You want to use some bad soil and make money at the same time. Is that right? Yes. Zhang Sun Xian was convinced again. He was always on the road of being unconvinced, provoking, being slapped in the face, and being convinced by Li Yi. He might be convinced now, but after a few days he would forget and repeat this journey. It was a long and endless journey. It was not a nightmare, but a natural circle. Sometimes he was reluctant, sometimes he was tired, not because of the summer heat, not because of the winter cold. Like the mountains, like the gurgling water, like the changing clouds, the extension of the sun and the moon, sacred and ordinary, always moving forward. This was in the world of mortals, looking at the appearance of the spring flowers and tasting the sweetness of the late autumn fruits. Li Yi scratched his head. You want to make money? It's fine as long as I don't lose money. I have money, and I'm bored looking at the ground. Incompetent people are always used to compromise, and I think I can change. Zhang Sun Xian stated his purpose. What he pursued was not just material enjoyment. He wanted the kind where Quafu chased after the sun, and he wanted Jingwei to fill the sea. He had no choice but to look for Li Yi. Li Yi understood. He understood. Let me think. Are you willing to invest money and get it back in 10 years? Li Yi gave a long investment payback period, 10 years. He was in different periods of time, and the interest rate was different. When it was high, it doubled in 5 years. Later, the interest rate for large funds was high, and it could reach 6 points through the technical means of bank operations. Under the situation of compound interest, it doubled in 12 years. It was impossible for the people with little capital to guarantee unless the central bank adjusted the interest rate. The central bank adjusted the bank deposit interest rate, usually accompanied by an increase in the reserve ratio, which meant serious inflation. Therefore, it was necessary to limit the currency circulation to reduce the crisis of the rapid rise of the CPI. There were many aspects to consider. The most basic was the real unemployment rate, not the official one. The people at the top knew that there were many unofficially unemployed people, and there were data models and corrections. Why not specifically implement it? If it was implemented, they would have to give benefits. If they pretended not to see or know, then the unemployment data would be less. First of all, you have to be employed, and you have to be in a public office, enterprise, or group that pays your insurance and funds. If you set up a stall in the beginning, then you can't be unemployed even if you want to, and you won't be given unemployment benefits. According to the official data, if you are not employed, how can you be unemployed? Alas! Li Yi heaved a heavy sigh and shook his head hard, trying to get rid of all the wrong thoughts and memories that he shouldn't have. I'm willing. Zhang Sun Xian was also thinking about it when Li Yi was reminiscing. Then he agreed. Because the interest of public funds was lower now, Li Yi didn't allow anyone to make money through this. The imperial court had the money to give salaries. Many inspectors ran out in batches, and they didn't belong to the same department. There were conflicts between different departments, and there was competition between different people in the same department. This department didn't find the problem, but another department found the problem. Then the department's funding would be reduced, and the people in this department would be investigated at the same time. The same department sent a batch in January, and the report said there were no problems. The ones sent in February also said there were no problems. When the ones sent in June, all the problems from January were found. The officials in June suddenly became rich and were promoted, and the inspectors from the previous 5 months were all cleaned up. Different departments hoped that the other departments would make mistakes, and the same department hoped that the previous departments would make mistakes. The local officials and families couldn't bribe them even if they wanted to. It was too frequent, and there were too many people. How could they bribe? The money they bribed was more than the money they got. What was even more terrifying was that the relay stations and local newspapers would also say that it was all bribes. The commoners could still run to the Li family Zhuangzi, and the Li family Zhuangzi would send people. How could they bribe the people sent out at this time? How much money could be exchanged for the lives of the Li family Zhuangzi's villagers? That Li Yi was said to communicate with yin and yang, and the villagers were loyal. Chapter 1548. Zhang Sun Xian considered the rate of return for lending money. He had done it before, and earned 20 to 30% a year. Now that it was not easy to earn money, and he did not want to eat the money anymore. If he wanted to do business, rather than lending money to the people, he might as well find jobs for the people. Li Yi poured wine for Zhang Sun Xian. Lantian County's quarry area has been there for many years. There are a lot of gravel, and the people are not willing to farm there. It's a pity that the land is barren. If there is still some soil, there will be grass in spring. Zhang Sun Xian revealed a sad expression. If it was all stone, it would be easy. Paving the road, burning cement, burning glass. With stone, sand, soil, weeds can grow, but not crops. Plant it in a normal greenhouse. Out-of-season vegetables, cucumbers, watermelons can be planted directly. It can guarantee the watering. If we plant soybeans, the yield is still okay. If we use a greenhouse, we can grow seedlings in advance and transplant them out. In half a month's time, the price will be much higher. As for the other types of herbs, the medicine shops will accept them, since Lantian County is not always dry, and sometimes it will flood. We can invest money into the soil and slowly improve it. Li Yi had a picture in his mind of the situation. The big mine behind Drunken Immortal Residence was diverted from the Su family's water. They built pavilions and corridors and raised lotus flowers and fish. Very few people were willing to throw money into gravel fields. The investment and output were not the same. Zhang's son Xian rubbed his hands. There are more than 50,000 mu. Ah, did you include the scattered areas and the hillsides? Li Yi did some calculations. It was equivalent to 30 square kilometers. 5 kilometers by 6 kilometers or 3 kilometers by 10 kilometers. Lantian County did not have such a big stone field. Yes, Zhang's son Xian admired Li Yi for being able to guess everything. Do you have enough money? Li Yi began to consider not building a greenhouse. How much silk would be needed for a 30 square kilometer greenhouse? Without glass, the greenhouse would be small for watermelons. If it was a 30 square kilometer glass greenhouse, wouldn't it be better to sell glass? Zhang's son Xian shook his head. I want to choose a place to try first. If I can make money, the rich will learn. I have looked for the people mining in Lantian County, but they are not at ease. They are raising pigs, and now they are raising rabbits. If you ask them to do it, they will believe you. Contract all the land and plant a portion of the soybeans. Don't build a greenhouse. Let's cultivate the land first. There was still time to plant alfalfa. There were seeds everywhere. Hire more people to fertilize and water them. He bought a large number of bees. This year there were many separate nests, so he bought them to raise the alfalfa flowers. In winter, cover it with a layer of fertile soil, piece by piece. Plant cucumbers and eggplants. Old Bai will give you a tax exemption. Li Yi didn't dare to ask Zhang's son Xian to plant a greenhouse. He couldn't afford it. Zhang's son Xian narrowed his eyes and calculated, but he still shook his head. I don't have enough money. Fertilizer is the most expensive, and labor costs are a little worse. I want to plant 5,000 mu of land first. I didn't ask you to apply fertilizer or water fertilizer. I won't ask you to pay taxes on the honey. As long as you plant things on this kind of land, they are all tax-free. Li Yi made the decision for Baigu. Zhang's son Xian calculated again. Do you still raise bean worms? Bean worm? Do you have a special heavenly bean moth pupa in your family? Li Yi had almost forgotten about the bean worm. Zhang's son Xian smiled. I have talked to many people. They don't have a place to put it, so they won't care. I will find people to deal with it and throw it into their fields. In the past, you would be beaten to death if you threw a bean worm pupa that was about to hatch into other people's bean fields. Now they are grateful to you. I will invest in fertilizer and tools for you. I will take 70% of the shares, more than 50,000 mu of land. You can hire people, but I will appoint them. You will hire whoever I say. The price will be low. Others will work for 20 to 30 yuan a day, but you will pay the person I appoint 10 yuan. Li Yi thought of a new way to reduce the cost as much as possible. At the same time, he had other goals. Zhang's son Xian looked at Li Yi carefully and stared at him. Why are you looking at my Li Lang? Princess Yongmu was unhappy. You are my elder, so you can't do it. Your Li Lang wants to ruin his reputation? Is it His Majesty, or are the officials dissatisfied? Zhang's son Xian looked at the old men. I heard you all say that I am dissatisfied with Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi said not to collect taxes. Did I say anything? Baigu stared back. How can His Majesty deal with Li Yi? Have you forgotten that Li Yi has slaves and their families from the southwest? Their families work and take less money. They help the man earn more points. They will not complain. Teach them how to plant. In the future, they will have more skills. Song Jing instantly thought of a complete set of operations. As a chancellor, he still had some ability. Prime Minister Song is amazing, Li Yi admitted. That's right. Oh, I will pay for the seeds and the land contract and wages. Return the capital in 10 years. Zhang's son Xian considered his own investment. He didn't care how much of a share he took. He could return the capital in 10 years. What 10 years? We will make money this year. We will share the dividends. Li Yi waved his hand. Shua. The group looked at him at the same time. There seemed to be tears in Zhang's son, Xion's eyes. The corners of his mouth moved, as if he was about to cry. Bai Gu took a sip of wine to calm himself down. He then exhaled. Shao Yi, one should be kind. Others spend money and you say 10 years. If you participate, will you make a profit? How would I know that this is the case? You can plant whatever you want. You can tell the yamen that you don't have to pay. It's already good enough that you don't ask for subsidies from the imperial court. You don't have to pay taxes to show others. As long as you can plant things on the barren land, there will be benefits. Now that Inspector Zhang Xuan's matter is settled, let's talk about you. You won't really ask me to come over for a meal, right? Li Yi said as he took a big gulp of beer. He then let out a long burp. It's not a big deal. Didn't you go out to sea? You brought back many things. I heard that some things have to be planted in hot places. Aren't you anxious? Bai Gu said to Li Yi while holding a cucumber dipped in sauce. The others nodded. They were afraid that the seeds would spoil after a while. Wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Do you arrange for people to plant the seeds? Or should I go? Li Yi was not afraid that the seeds would be damaged. They could be stored for a long time. I'm asking you, Yao Chong said. When I go out, you make arrangements in advance. When I don't go out, you still have to make arrangements. At this moment, Li Yi realized that he always forgot about his position. When he wasn't in Chang, and everyone had to deal with him. Safety issues on the road and emergency communications in the imperial court were all issues that needed to be dealt with. Shao Yi, you have to know how you got your position. You're free and unfettered. You have to fulfill your obligations, Bai Gu said. If you want to wear the crown, you must take advantage of its weight. Okay, send people to plant the seeds. I'll stay in Chang'an. I won't go anywhere, Li Yi gave the answer. Everyone smiled. That's right. You just have to stay here. We don't have to ask you if we have questions. When we need to ask you, we can find you. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps came up the stairs. Everyone looked at the entrance. Not long after, a person appeared. It was Li Qingqi. Is everyone here? I heard that Brother Yi needs some craftsmen to make something. Coincidentally, I haven't eaten yet. Let's chat while eating. I'm fine. Li Qingqi wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve, indicating that he was not in a hurry. Chapter 1549. The maid hurriedly brought him wet towels, iced beer, tableware, and a basin. After Li Qingqi was done, he stopped panting and took a sip of beer. Li Yi put down his chopsticks and said, Brother, tell me. He didn't want to eat any staple food today. He drank beer and talked all the time. It wasn't easy to eat. Urgent report from Haizhou. The day before yesterday afternoon, 2 big fish were found on the beach. They were whales that went to the shallow sea and exposed a large part of their bodies on the surface of the sea. They couldn't get out. Li Qingqi said something important. The 2 whales were stranded. Eat them. There's no time to rescue them. Send someone back quickly. If there's something smelly in the whale's stomach. Yes, if there's something smelly and hard, leave it for me. I want it. Peel off the skin and eat the meat. Don't throw away the bones. They're all treasures. As for the oil, it's not boiled. It's better. I can use it if you bring it back. Usually, the oil takes up about 1/3 of the whole whale. It's quite a lot. Li Yi didn't ask what kind of whale it was. He knew that the people there didn't know. Chang, and was very far from Haizhou. They had to run desperately to get the news here in such a short time. Go quickly, Li Qingqi shouted. 4 of the people who came up with him picked up the ropes on the platform and threw them down. They grabbed the ropes with their hands, crossed their legs, and rushed outside. They used the strength of their legs to control their speed, not caring if their skin would be scratched by the ropes. Li Yi taught the wing knights how to descend from a high altitude. They had to free their hands so that it was convenient to hold weapons. Shoes were very important. They could help control the ropes. When they were about to reach the ground, They used their waist strength to do a 180-degree somersault in the air and landed on their feet. Wow! Some passers-by and people who happened to see them below exclaimed. The four of them landed on the ground and rushed to the tied horses. They untied 12 horses in a row and untied the others as well. They got on the horses, shouted, "Make way, urgent report," and galloped away. Li Qingqi continued to wipe his sweat and relaxed. "Brother E, before you came back, Haijo sent some shark's fins and shark's lips. I haven't cooked them yet. I'll go back and have a look first. I'll choose a time to cook them. Shark's fins are mainly soup. Dried shark's fins and dried abalones are soaked. Speaking of shark's fin, it actually had neurotoxins. It wasn't too obvious, so some people like to eat it. Pufferfish is even more delicious. Have someone catch it and bring it back. I'll make pufferfish for everyone. You ate it last year, right?" Li Yi calculated the time and decided to fish for pufferfish. It just so happened that the toxins were the strongest. He was not afraid of any problems as he had equipment to detect them. "Can you eat it without worry?" Lu Chong, who had just joined the group, had never eaten the pufferfish cooked by Li Yi. Ever since he was a child, he had only eaten it once, and he had always been on tenterhooks. As for what it tasted like, he couldn't remember it at all. When he was eating it, he was wondering if he would die. This was too delicious. Bai Gu was hungry. Xiao Yi's cooking is the most reassuring. You won't die from eating it. Every year, there are people who die from eating pufferfish. Heavenly World doesn't make it. The drunken immortal residence is even rarer. What a pity. Make more this year. Whoever wants it, tell me in advance. Then send it from Zhuangzi. It will take less than half a day to get to Lantian County by horse. Ask the nurses to handle it and test it again. Li Yi decided to increase his income. He ate pufferfish slices, steamed pufferfish, braised pufferfish, and so on in Heavenly World and Lantian County's Drunken Immortal House. The head, liver, and fins were all edible. As for the poison, it depended on how it was handled. "Everyone, you didn't come in vain, right?" Xiao Yi said to make pufferfish. Bai Gu showed a satisfied look. "I'll eat it if Gang Ro cooks it herself." Zhang Juling had never eaten the pufferfish cooked by Li Yi. "What about me?" Zhang Sun Xian was anxious. He also wanted to eat it. He couldn't ask Li Yi to cook it himself. "I'll call you when it's time to eat. I can send it to you. We're partners. I'm raising pufferfish in Zhuangzi that are not poisonous. They're a new generation. The taste is slightly worse. People who eat them can't taste it. When they grow up, how much should I sell them?" Li Yi didn't raise wild pufferfish. He liked to eat wild pufferfish. "Do you pay taxes?" Bai Gu was especially good at stirring up trouble. At such a happy moment, he raised taxes. "Inspector Zhang's son, you dig a hole in the stone field and fill it with water. Put the pufferfish there first, and then take it out. It's tax-free." Li Yi used reasonable means to avoid taxes. "Pay taxes? What taxes? I brought back so many seeds. Did you reward me? Is the yacht not a lifespan? Is the fuel not a lifespan?" "Long Zai, I remember you said you had a toothache at noon yesterday." Wei Zhigu reminded Bai Gu not to look for trouble. Li Yi was not reluctant to spend money. "My teeth don't hurt much. I'm distressed." Bai Gu held the wine cup aggrievedly. "Shouldn't I, the Minister of Revenue, collect taxes? Why don't we exchange? I'll be the Minister of Works, and you'll be the Minister of Revenue. Let's see what you can do." "The dishes in front are good. Eat first. Let me see a new tool for making straw sandals." Li Qingqi drank a big mouthful of beer and threw a dried shrimp into his mouth to chew. He flipped through the blueprints in his hand. There were a lot of small parts that were not used to make straw sandals. Li Yi drew them specifically to increase efficiency and to draw parallels. "Brother E, this was made by a craftsman from the Works Union last month. It's the same as yours. It's a wire twister. His was not as good as yours. It's missing the upper structure." Li Ching-Chi pointed to a tool that could replace manual twining of hemp rope. Hemp rope usually had 2 or 3 strands. 3 strands was better. It needed to be placed on one's leg and rubbed at the same time. Then, when the rope was closed, it would automatically twist. Li Yi's tool had the thread inside. When the thread was pulled, it would automatically turn into strength. There was also a wire twister hanging on it to gather the strands of rope together. Count it as his. Brother, guide him from the side and add more things. Li was happy. It was a good thing that craftsmen liked to research. He did not need to fight for it. Moreover, the craftsman had researched it first. At most, he would add a wire twister. Okay. Li Ching-Chi agreed. Craftsmen would be rewarded if they were recognized for their research. Craftsmen were most afraid that their research would be said to be someone else's, especially the higher-ups or the people from the Ministry of Works. Because of this, the Works Union dealt with 20 to 30 supervisors. They were arrested and researched. They worked alone without a salary and were sentenced to prison. If they could research something new, their sentence would be reduced. If they could not, they would continue to be apprentices. Brother, look at the blueprints and see if there are any craftsmen who can make something similar. Give them a reminder. I don't need fame anymore. The reward money is not enough. If there are none, tell the craftsmen. If they can improve it, it will be considered a merit. Li Yi's thoughts were opened after being reminded. He did not care what he could get from the blueprints. If the craftsmen saw his blueprints and improved it, it would be considered as promoting social development and increasing lifespan. Brother E, how many straw sandals do you want to make? 1 pair for 1 coin? Li Ching-Chi saw the problem. The quality of straw sandals was not good. The advantage was that it was fast. I will give it to you for free. I will take care of the government. If you don't have any shoes, you can take it. You are not allowed to use it to burn. If you are caught, you will be punished to death. Li Yi said with a smile, If you don't want money, what about the shoe sellers? Li Ching-Chi frowned. There are many shoes that are free. Those that cost money are easier to sell. Brother, let me teach you about consumer psychology. Li Yi's smile did not change. Chapter 1550. When the maidservants heard Li Yi talking about knowledge, they immediately put down their chopsticks and took out their notebooks and pens. Let's not talk about eating first. Everyone is eating downstairs. I guess there are more whole wheat rice and long grain rice. Li Yi hadn't eaten well, so he couldn't continue talking now. Both the maidservants and he needed to eat. Xiao Yi, you tell me. There's no hurry to eat. Bai Gu drank without delay. I'm in a hurry. You don't remember and just listen. Of course, you will feel comfortable. Li Yi refused. Li Lang, you don't know about this. They don't eat long grain rice. They eat rice flour made from long grain rice. Princess Yongmu finally realized that there was something she understood and hurriedly explained. Why don't they eat rice flour? Li Yi revealed a puzzled look. Rice flour requires a high starch content and a lot of techniques to make it. Even in the East Market, no one is willing to turn good rice into rice flour. They might as well eat long grain rice. Princess Yongmu taught Li Yi a lesson. You have to know the importance of starch content. The new long grain rice has a shorter growth cycle and less starch. Are there many people who eat millet, sorghum rice, big yellow rice, and highland barley? Li Yi still asked for advice. There aren't many highland barley. In the past, the highland barley was planted with other crops. Have you forgotten? With the test paper, we can know the pH of the soil and adjust it. With the addition of natural fertilizers, the yield is high. Now, the yield of big yellow rice is almost the same as highland barley. Then, who still grows highland barley? It's not like the animals don't eat big yellow rice. Steamed wheat, rice can't be seen anymore. The porcelain core of the hand-operated flour grinder is broken. Now, there's specialized kilns for baking. It's cheap and doesn't need to be glazed. You can't see whole grain noodles and mantus in the East Market. They will use the bad ones to make black bread. The people who sell wheaten food don't grind their own flour. Also, there's chicken and duck soup in the noodles. Unless you eat noodles with soy sauce, poultry. Princess Yongmu didn't say much just now. Now, she finally encountered something she was familiar with. She didn't care how much knowledge the person sitting in front of her had. She had to explain. Li Yi cooperated. He was puzzled, pondered, suddenly enlightened, happy, puzzled, enlightened, and agreed. That's about it. Princess Yongmu was satisfied. She picked up the beer and poured it for Li Yi. The ministers knew that Li Yi was playing with Princess Yongmu. However, they had to admit that Princess Yongmu was indeed different from other princesses. In terms of literature, they were about the same. Calligraphy and painting were slightly better. They had awesome masters to teach them, including the one surnamed Zhong, who wrote copybooks for them. Buddhism and Taoism couldn't be compared to the princesses of the previous generation. When it came to politics, people's livelihood, technology, economy, diplomacy, and other issues, Princess Yongmu crushed the once talented Shang Guanwan. Everyone present had the right to speak on this point. They had all been officials during Wu Zetian's time. Shang Guanwan was talented and beautiful. She was also good at politics. However, Princess Yongmu was taught by Li Yi. Li Yi listed out all kinds of relationships, especially the political intrigue. He put the things behind the scenes on the surface. Therefore, no one dared to play the same trick with Li Yi. All the tricks were turned into benefits in Li Yi's form, and they were all blatant. Fortunately, Princess Yongmu wasn't ambitious. She only wanted to marry Li Yi and live a shameless life. No, she wanted to live a happy life. Is that the braised pork? Hey, do you have pig ears and pigtails? Li Yi saw a person pushing a cart below. It was too high and he couldn't see clearly. He shouted, "Yes, for ears and 3 tails." The person below heard him and shouted back, I'm buying all of them. How many braised pork trotters do you have?" Li Yi was used to Zhuangzi's braised pork and wanted to see other people's braised pork trotters. 9. The person below shouted again, "Yes, which brother is below? I will throw some money down and you can pay for it." Li Yi said as he rummaged through his pockets. He didn't take any money. Princess Yongmu opened her small bag and took out a 100 renminbi coupon. Then she took 2 chopsticks and threw them down. According to the current prices, 100 renminbi could buy 2 servings. The pig trotters and pig ears had little meat and oil, but the pigtails were still acceptable. The most worthless dish was actually the pig trotters. Once eaten, it was all bones. 42 renminbi. I will give you 58 renminbi. The person below took the money and handed the things to Li Qingqi's imperial bodyguard who was watching the horse just now. He raised his head and said the price. "No, do you have jelly? You should have jelly for these things, right? If you have it, cut a piece." Li Yi shouted. The pig trotters had little meat, but the pig trotters could be cut out to make jelly. It was better with the pig skin. If the pig skin was left, it would be jelly. If the pig skin was taken out, it would be called clear jelly. "Yes, I gave you all of it." "That's still a lot. I will give you 20 renminbi." The seller was embarrassed. "No need. Hurry up and give it to him. Bring it up." Li Yi shouted, "Okay, I will give it to you. Who are you? You are too rich." After the seller handed over the money, he took out a big piece of pig head meat. "I am Li Yi. Tomorrow you can go to the Li family Zhuangzi to have your eyes checked. I can see you clearly. You are short-sighted. I will give you a pair of glasses." Li Yi felt that the seller was short-sighted. He didn't think that the seller was stupid. How many people didn't know who this house belonged to? Li Yi, a good name. It sounds familiar. It is similar to that. "Damn, Li Dongzhu, are you upstairs? I can't see you clearly. I don't want the money. I don't want it. Hey, come back. Don't run. I will give you the money. The people below took the money and wanted to chase after him. They were not fast enough and were stopped by others. No one wanted to take his money. When you have time to go to Zhuangzi, I will give you a mirror. Tonight is fine too. Li Yi shouted at him. Li Dongzhu, you can't give me money. You are giving me face by eating my food. The seller was anxious. I didn't give it to you. It was given by the mistress of Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. She is my future wife. You want to give my wife something? Li Yi thought of a solution. No, Li Dongzhu, don't misunderstand. I am going to sell the goods. Tomorrow, I will go to the Li family Zhuangzi. The seller was frightened. He quickly pushed the cart and ran away. He had no choice. The guard who stopped him just now pulled out his sword. Li Lang, eat shrimp. Princess Yongmu was happy and fed Li Yi the shrimp. Okay, let me see if that pig trotter is okay. I will let you eat it. Cut it in half, Li Yi said as he chewed the shrimp. Xiao Yi, cut the pig ears for this old man. Bai Gu said as he did not understand the situation. Li Yi took the knife and someone brought it to the chopping board. He cut it. The pig trotters they sell are not small. I thought the pig trotters they raise were thin. The pig ears are thick too. Cut it horizontally. Bai Gu was waiting to eat and looked at him anxiously. Pigs have a long growth cycle. It is a problem with the breed and feed. Hormones are added to the feed, so they grow faster but are not healthy. If we want to adjust the nutritional structure, we will need more food. If we want to exchange food for pork, I feel that food is more important. I will not exchange. Li Yi muttered as he cut the pig ears horizontally. He was worried that the pigs would die. How could the food be preserved for a long time? Now, most of the people who raised pigs were cutting grass to save feed. They would rather provide pigs half a month later to their partners to save food. Chapter 1551. Li Yi's eyes were filled with data. What to eat, how much to eat, how to eat, and how long to eat for. He needed to coordinate and see whether eating meat saved food or eating grain filled their stomachs. Xiao Yi, what do you think the people are thinking? Bai Gu was cutting cucumbers. There were 2 whole cucumbers for dipping in sauce. Bai Gu wanted to eat the thin pig ears himself. He refused to give in to his old age and personally cut the cucumbers. Old Bai, you don't have to mix the pig ears with other things. Are you cutting the heart of the cucumbers? It's all water. That's not how you cut the cucumbers. Li Yi went over to help. Don't waste the cucumbers, even if the cucumbers were worthless now. The people are mostly worried about material things. They have enough food, can eat meat, live in a sturdy house, wear comfortable clothes, marry a wife, have more children, and don't get sick. Li Yi knew that the people of the Tang dynasty had not considered traveling and playing all day. In that case, we'll make more money for the court and satisfy the needs of the people. Bai Gu watched Li Yi work and took a sip of wine. Li Yi looked at Bai Gu in surprise and then looked at the wine cup. Ah! Song Jing coughed. The key is to promote the development of new production technology and transform it into productivity. Sui followed. Continue to invest more in education and open up the minds of the people. At least they can understand the official announcements of the court and improve their learning ability. Zhang Jiling put down his chopsticks. Improve the construction of infrastructure, increase the transportation of goods, and allocate social resources. After the 3 finished speaking, they looked at Bai Gu together. They wanted him to quickly change the way he said it. He was going to make Li Yi angry again. Bai Gu smacked his lips. Yes. We have to use the financial resources reasonably. We have to take from the people and use them for the people. Li Yi not only cut the cucumbers, but also the pig ears. He smiled. That's right. This is what the Prime Minister of the Tang dynasty should say. What do you mean by making money for the court? If there's nothing but money, wouldn't that be inflation? They went to East City to look for Xiao Yi. Why would Xiao Yi go to the south to farm? Li Dan was having dinner with her sons. The weather was hot, so Li Dan didn't have much of an appetite. There were more than a dozen dishes on the plate. The main dish was sorghum rice and rice. Among the 4 sons sitting here, one was not his biological son, Li Sholi. Li Dan was his uncle, so he was one of the 6 kings of the 6 Kings Manor. They usually helped Li Qingqi with the affairs of the 6 Li village, the Workers' League, the E-League, and the Seaside. They all moved in, including Empress Wang's father, Wang Rinjiao, and her twin brother, Wang Shi. The 2 of them lived in the imperial plantation. Every single one of them was afraid of death. Whenever someone had a headache or fever, they would immediately seek help from the nurse. Li Sholi received a massage and medication to ease his old injuries. He could predict the weather. Before it rained, the place where he was beaten would hurt, but when the weather cleared up, it would be comfortable. Wu Zetian had tortured the Li family, killing and beating them in all kinds of ways. Li Longji did not mind the heat. He ate his rice and hot dishes. They should have sent someone to plant them. The pepper planted in Cheong province will bear fruit next year. He did not forget about the pepper planting. In Cheong province and Lei province, the pepper grew well in Cheong province. The weather was hot, but Lei province was cold in winter. Li Longji's brother, Prince Shen, Li Qingyi, had a good appetite as well. He had eaten several pieces of red braised meat. He gulped down a big mouthful of soup. The barbarian merchants are now selling pepper, and they're making a lot of money. Lu Zhou is also shipping pepper to Chang'an. That's Chang, and has a supply of pepper. When the pepper from Cheong province arrives, we can lower the price of the barbarian merchants, so that they won't easily take away the good stuff from the Tang dynasty. The duck rack soup is fresh. He had been doing well recently. His wife was pregnant, and he had a problem. He had taken medicine for his sexually transmitted diseases. He did not have any children, so he adopted Li Qingqi's son. When Li Yi went out to sea, he went to the Li family zhuangzi. After a checkup, there was medicine. He took it, and it was effective. With this, he could not leave. He had to wait for the child to be born and grow up. Otherwise, what if something went wrong and the child was gone? Where's the duck rack and the meat on it? Prince Shui, Li knew he was drinking duck rack soup. He could not see the duck rack or the meat. It's here. There's stir-fried duck meat and duck blood. Li Dan pointed at her plate with her chopsticks and told her son where the duck meat was. Li Longji pointed at the bridgehead. Set it up outside. We'll stew it in the zhuangzi. Take it out and toss it into the free soup section to stew it. Make the bones soft so that others can chew it when they drink it. Many bones in the zhuangzi were treated this way. The zhuangzi guaranteed there would be soup for them. They would be stewed first before they were given to others. Otherwise, the bones could only be thrown away or used as fodder. There was still meat on the duck rack in the shed. There was no bone marrow from the pig bones. They were cut open and fed to the children and the elderly. Even so, the free soup section in the Li family zhuangzi was the best place to supply the bones. Everyone looked over and saw the sheds. They also saw the yacht moored there. After Xiaoyi came back, she said to adjust the crude oil distillation technology. She wants to use it on the yacht. Just a little change is enough. Too much desulfurization will damage the yacht equipment. If it's broken, it can't be repaired. Li Dan wanted to take the yacht out to play. He didn't want to go far. It was better than other boats. He also knew that Li Yi used his lifespan to exchange for fuel. He waited for the zhuangzi to improve the distillation technology. He took Li Yi's words to heart. He remembered that Li Yi said that the lubricant was also removed during the desulfurization process. Third brother, why don't we take a look at the yacht? Prince of Qi, Li Yi, had been thinking for the past 2 days. He couldn't directly say anything about Li Yi's things. Coincidentally, the yacht was guarded by the Yulin flying cavalry. Let's go. Li Longji didn't hesitate. The 6 officials who came down said that the yacht was good. The group set off. The food was brought by the eunuchs and palace maids. The 8 eunuchs and palace maids who followed Li out were responsible for explaining the situation on the yacht. When they came back, they handed in the books and explained the situation separately. The yacht stopped beside Zhuangzi and went up with the gangplank. There were always people watching from the other side, including the envoys from Tibet. The rich people of the imperial governor's office would take the initiative to take a look and chat with the ordinary people. They didn't put on airs. They had a sense of pride. The big ship of the Tang dynasty was called the Cruiser. It was very powerful. Li Dongzhu drove it. The envoys had their own thoughts. The people of the Japanese Empire were more honest. They were wondering if the ship was safe to return to Japan. Previously, they sent the cement production technology back and brought a lot of silver from their country. This year, they were going to let Dao Ci, who wanted to go back, bring new information. Dao Ci was a person's name. The people called him Ida. His master was Zhizong. This Dao Ci was not the Dao Ci of Li Yi's era. There was a big difference between the two. Bo Qiao and the other Tubo people looked at the yacht. They were worried that Li Yi would drive the yacht to the source of the Yellow River and then to the source of the Yangtze River. God knows what bad things Li Yi would do. Li Longji and the others were not in a hurry to visit the yacht. Eating was more important. It would be cold soon. Just as they sat on the deck, a group of fast horses came from the front. Report. West River Jidushi has an urgent report. The person on the horse shouted. The others made way. Chapter 1552. Su Lu said that he is willing to continue to block foreign enemies for the Tang dynasty. He said that his cavalry still has enough troops to protect the territory of the Tang dynasty. After checking the letter, Li Longji read it and told his father and brothers, "Send the other letter to Shao Yi." Li Dan didn't want to care about the imperial court. It would be tiring to worry too much. Li Longji nodded. The winged knights ran away with the same letter. The team of people who delivered the letter was put on a flatbed cart and pushed into Zhuangzi. They were ready to take a bath, have a massage, and sleep. The horses that ran sprints enjoyed the cold water, eggs, and pepper treatment. They would snort from time to show their happiness. The people on the yacht turned their attention to the northwest and then back to the yacht and eating. No matter how worried they were, they had to wait for Li Yi's reply. "This boat is more comfortable than the one we took when we went out." Li Qingyi felt the rocking of the boat and the condition of the deck and commented. He was right. The deck of the yacht was certainly better than the one he took before. Not only was the deck good, but the things around were also not comparable to other boats. This boat is faster than a horse. Unfortunately, it can't be lifted up. Li Fan wanted to go to the source of the Yellow River. He didn't want to take another boat because he was afraid of accidents. If they took the Hoka waterfall, the yacht was too big. They had to build a new cableway to pull it up. The image of the Hoku waterfall appeared in Li Longji's mind. He said, "The Li family Zhuangzi is making steel wire ropes. Together with the rails and concrete fixed pillars, they should be able to pull a bigger boat up." Now they are building boats at the artificial canal upstream of the Yellow River. They don't have to pass the Hoka waterfall. When they reach the waterfall, they can take the rails and horses. The canal can also help. Li Dan didn't want to think more about the imperial court, but he accidentally remembered it and then naturally thought about it. Li Sholi continued, "The people in the upper section of the Yellow River can live a good life when goods are circulated. What they threw away in excess was precisely what was needed elsewhere. It's like the summer melons and fruits in the Yellow River. After they are picked, they are loaded on boats downstream. The capital government's worries about the expensive melons and fruits. The capital government's ironware and other tools are loaded on boats and sent over. There are also the mushrooms on the grassland. The spring mushrooms we picked this year are also on land, but it's very easy." The group of kings, including Li Sholi, were all studying hard, including their children. Those who did not learn the knowledge were not allowed to participate in the operation of the Tang dynasty's Chaotian Fund. not for nothing, but to earn money. The imperial court gave money to the members of the imperial clan according to their official positions. The money was not little, but it could not stop them from spending too much. Holding a banquet, taking a group of people on a sightseeing tour, paying for the servants' monthly stipends. Women's rouge. If he spent too much money, he would look at other people's extravagance. Unless Li Longji was happy and rewarded him with some money, the women at home would see Empress Wang, and Empress Wang would give it to him. There was a salary for working in the fund. If one did a good job, the salary would be higher than one's salary. The requirements were that outsiders were not allowed to command professionals, and they were not allowed to be greedy. This included finding other people to set up a trading company and cooperate with the fund to transfer benefits. There were no loopholes in the operation of the fund. At the very least, they couldn't find the full set of plans that Li Yi had given. Unless there was a case like the Cheongzhou branch of the Tang dynasty's Tianxia Foundation, where everyone from top to bottom joined hands to fake it. Even the inspectors of the fund participated in it. Under such circumstances, they could reap benefits during the audit period. At the end of the audit period, the summary would be given to Li Yi. Li Yi had a calculation model. How much did you invest in Cheongzhou? You gave me this and told me how the money was spent normally. Do you think I would believe you? I'll find everything from the model tree. The princes did their jobs and earned money with their own ability. At the very least, they did not have to buy luxury goods. The production of the 6 Li village was distributed according to the situation of each residence. Adding in the seafood, the cost of holding a poetry banquet decreased. Take a look at the letter sent by the Anqi provincial governor. Li Yi received the letter and glanced at it. Then he asked a maid to pass it to the chancellor. Did you give him his salary this year? Zhang Juling asked Bai Gu. Who did you give it to? For our left Yulin great general and commissioner of Jinfang Dao? Bai Gu curled his lips. He continued, luring Tubo and the Abbasid Caliphate to attack my Tang dynasty. I still have to give him money? Does he think that his position is important and that the Tang dynasty is afraid of him? Xiao, hey, do you want to remove him from his position? The last sentence was for Li Yi. Su Lu was still an official of the Tang dynasty. However, he was not given a salary this year. In the past, he was given a salary. Li Yi knew that this year in history, not only was Su Lu not dealt with, he was even given an additional title of Duke of Shan. In history, the Tang dynasty did not have money and could not fight. Later, the Turks asked for peace. Su Lu was also given an additional title. Li Shihua of the Khitans also got a princess. However, this was not the direction of history. Zhang Shaosong was not captured and Li Yi was protected. He fought with all his might. Su Lu even bragged that he had an army. Why didn't he fight? There were more than 200,000 soldiers stationed at the Yellow River. In addition, there were the original Tubo tribesmen who had entered the Tang dynasty. They could send troops to the northwest at any time. Li Yi, if Su Lu moves, where can he send troops? Su Yi looked for Li Yi to discuss. He could not move troops and did not dare to do so. Send things to the Anqi Jadushi. No troops will be transferred and the Abbasid Caliphate won't move. Tell him to attack the Abbasid Caliphate and not give him anything. He promises that he will continue to stay and we will not rush him. When we need to make a move in the future, this is the best reason. Li Yi felt that the Anqi Jadushi did not have any troops. He could send over the monkeys, bags of explosives, and guns. There were many carrots planted there. If they sent a batch to other places, the other places would give them extra food. Carrots were delicious and horses loved to eat them. If a horse ate a carrot with a radish tassel in the morning, the horse would be happy for the whole day. If a child of the Tang dynasty was given a carrot, the child would be happy for several days. The carrot was sweet. Oh, send a document to Zhang Shaosong and tell him. Li Yi added, Zhang Shaosong? What about Guazhiyun, Wang Juankui, and Zhang Zhongyang? When Song Jing heard Zhang Shaosong's name, he frowned. Wah! He did not like generals moving around outside, and Zhang Shaosong was the most chaotic one. If Zhang Shaosong knew about the situation, would he pull the elite cavalry he brought over to the Abbasid Caliphate and beat them up again? You have to tell him everything. The main thing is to tell Zhang Shaosong to prepare. He understands. Li Yi still believed in Zhang Shaosong. This fellow was too formidable. To Li Yi, Zhang Shaosong did not need to give him any specific orders. As long as he explained the situation and the logistics followed, he would naturally know what to do. Li Yi defined Zhang Shaosong as a free man on the battlefield, an independent force. Restricting him to the source of the Yellow River was a waste of resources. There was no need for him in the area. He should continue to lead his cavalry to find opportunities to attack anyone. If he had the ability to destroy Su Lu, the Tang dynasty would send more people to the front to stop the Abbasid Caliphate. What? He might turn around and attack the Tang dynasty? Then he would delay for 2 days. 1 day to fly, 1 day to fly back. Sigh. Songjing sighed. On this point, he could not reach a consensus with Li Yi. He had to listen to Li Yi. Fortunately, the Tang dynasty had a lot of money. Chapter 1553. The 4 chancellors wrote memorials to Li Longji at the same time. Each of them spoke from their own point of view, telling Li Longji not to give Su Lu any money, but to send weapons and other supplies to Heshi Jidushi. Li Yi made the decision, and they helped him write the official document. Xiao Yi, you write it next time. Bai Gu finished writing and looked at his dishes. He was in a good mood. They were all cold dishes, and he was not afraid of them getting cold. It's not suitable for me to write it. Li Yi refused. He could not write it. If he wrote it, he would snatch other people's real power. General of Heavenly Strategies is an empty position. Li Qingqi could not help but ask. It was not an empty position. His great-grandfather, Emperor Taizong, was an official. I used it when I went out to sea. I can't continue it when I come back. I'll talk about it when I go out to sea next time. Li Yi looked at Li Qingqi with a look that said, Do you really think I want to be General of Heavenly Strategies? Wen Tian, remember to write a resignation document for His Majesty. I want to resign from the Tang Dynasty's overseas pacification envoy and General of Heavenly Strategies. I don't want it. Li Yi remembered his plan when he came back. I don't want it. I must throw it away. Otherwise, he would be used by people who would say that he was another Li Shimin who wanted to be the Tang emperors. If he instigated the people and some of them supported him, things would be troublesome. Okay. Princess Yongmu agreed with a smile. Xiao Yi, don't you know how to write it? You used to write a lot in the past. Bai Gu saw this and ridiculed. I didn't write it. I copied it from others. Li Yi did not care at all. I can copy it. What can you do about it? After saying that, he looked at Zhang Juling and felt embarrassed. He copied Zhang Juling's poem, The Bright Moon Shines Above the Sea. Li Yi immediately felt relieved. It did not matter. If Zhang Juling was willing to write it, he could write a good poem. If he did not copy it and wrote it himself, how tiring would it be? It was not that he could not write, but wouldn't it be better to use the time to improve the overall level of the Tang dynasty? Remember, don't copy this old man's. Bai Gu warned. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! The surrounding people immediately burst into laughter. There was a saying among the literati, Don't let Li Yi copy your work. If he does, you will be gone. Elder brother, I brought back a lot of cactus seeds, more than 10 kinds. They can grow very big in hot climates. In our capital government, the first generation of plants can grow in large greenhouses. But for the later generations, it won't be easy for them to grow any bigger. It could be used as medicine and could still be eaten. It would take many years for it to blossom and produce seeds. Once it blossoms, it can bloom every year. It's beautiful, but its flowering period is short, usually lasting less than a day. Li Yi listened to everyone's laughter and looked at their age. He lamented how quickly time passed. At the same time, he thought of the seeds he had brought back from various cacti. How is it compared to the pepper knot? Sago tree? Li Qingqi thought of the sago tree when he heard that it would take many years to bloom. There are years of pepper and years of iron trees. However, there was no need to use seeds to reproduce, just like willow trees, bamboos, and bamboo shoots. When it grew longer, it would branch out. When it was plucked off and placed in the soil, it would grow into a new stalk. It has sufficient nutrients, and its growth speed is not slow. It can be eaten and used as medicine after a year. Li Yi did not expect the cacti to bloom. The flowers were indeed beautiful, but it was a pity that the time was too short. That was how the name epiphyllum came about. It prioritized survival in the desert and would not give the cacti too much time to bloom. Li Yi actually wanted to say that cacti also had fruits, but after thinking about it, he decided against it. In the Tang dynasty, cacti were grown for eating fruits. At that time, they should be able to get the fruits from other places. It was the same for the rubber trees. They should be planted first and then harvested from other places, including the oil palm seeds that he needed to get in the future. It would still take many years to plant them, unless they dug up ready-made seeds and transplanted them directly. If they were properly cultivated, it would take 5 years for oil to bloom. This oil would be easy to use. According to the unit area, the oil yield of the oil palm was 10 times that of the specially cultivated soybeans, not to mention the current soybeans. Of course, soybeans could still be used to make tofu, but oil palm fruits could not be used to make tofu. Also, soybeans contained a lot of protein. They were not the same thing and could not be compared. Li Qingqi took it seriously. Should we find a place to plant it? In the beginning, a part of it will be taken to Cheongzhou and we will plant the rest. Plant it for 2 years and give it to the people in the capital. Every family can have it. Li Yi was very clear about cacti. It was not easy to grow, and it was even more difficult to bloom and bear fruit. However, it had a strong reproductive ability. At that time, cacti and cacti were not worth much. He could get them easily by making a flower pot. There was no need to buy them. In some neighborhoods, they placed them in flower beds. He could go there and break off a branch and take it home to raise them. It would be immoral to not break the main stem. Li Qingqi had never seen such a thing. He sighed. There are really good things overseas. The world is so big. When the Tang dynasty stabilizes, if brother wants to go out to play, no, to collect information about the world's products and local customs, I am willing to sail a small boat and accompany you. Li Yi also sighed. It was not easy to be a member of the royal family in the Tang dynasty. He could not travel overseas for the rest of his life. What about me? My family and I want to go. Bai Gu yearned for it. Hurry up and build the Tang dynasty. It's good to go out for a month or 2 and bask in the sun on the beach. You don't know, but there are many interesting things outside. The sea breeze, the evening glow of the coconut forest, the golden sand print, the overlapping waves. Li Yi began to tempt them. Do you want to go somewhere else to play? Hurry up. When the people are better off, I will take you there. Send them away. Song Jing put down his brush and stamped. Hearing Li Yi's words, he felt angry. We are working so hard in the imperial court. How can we have time when you want to go out to play? Yao Chong and the others in the group were tempted. Yao Chong picked up a pig ear in front of Bai Gu and ate it. Xiao, hey, we want to see how corruption is dealt with overseas. Can you arrange it in the summer? Bai Gu turned his head and stared at Yao Chong. You want to go on a trip? You can go out and play as you wish after retiring? That's fine. After the summer harvest, everyone will go together. In a month, Zhuangzi will have oil that can be used on the yacht. That's simple. Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu. Do you want to go out and play? You have nothing to do anyway. Princess Yongmu was indeed looking forward to it. Where is Li Lang going? I will grow seedlings first, and then find someone to plant them in Cheongzhou. I won't arrange for people to go by land. I don't feel at ease with them handling the seeds. Li Yi wanted to go to Hainan to plant things first. Then, He would go along the coast to East Asia, such as Luzon. He would plant the things under the canopy and then grow seedlings in the greenhouse. There would be no delay. He would send people to send things over by land. Growing seedlings there was not as scientific as growing seedlings here. The delay on the road would be even longer. Why didn't he think of this before? The main thing was to look at the sea and then enjoy on the beach. He would bring Lilongji and the others. The journey was short and there were many people. There was no need to prepare a lot of supplies. Okay. Princess Yongmu also wanted to go out with her family, including the little fellow, Bao Er and Dudu. He should practice swimming and diving more so that he could go to the sea. He couldn't do it last time. Chapter 1554. Bai Go and the other chancellors went downstairs with exhaustion and melancholy. Yao Chong and the others, on the other hand, walked with relaxed steps. Princess Yongmu continued to sell goods. Li Qingqi said that he would go to the Workers' Alliance to arrange the tools Li Yi asked and give the patent rights to craftsmen. Zhang Sun Xan and the staff went back to arrange the cooperation with Li Yi. He didn't negotiate at all. Li Yi said that he wanted 70%, so 70%. Li Yi flew back and continued to find death row prisoners to practice. A large number of materials continued to be transported to the source of the Yellow River and the northwest. When the local construction was done, the source of the Yellow River could feed sheep, herbs, yaks, and horses. Further northwest was a large number of fruits, raisins, wine, dried cantaloupe, sheep, and dates. Jade had not been sold at a high price yet. The most expensive jade was in Lantian County, Lantian jade. Both were nephrite, including the other two famous jades. Nephrite was fine in texture, but the key was that it was easy to carve. Stones from other mountains that could be used to carve jade were not expensive and could be used as tools. Diamonds were too hard and difficult to process. Jadeite was hard jade, which the people of the Tang dynasty didn't like. The same was true for bloodstone. Even nephrite was not easy to process. When cutting it, it was obviously impossible to use a hammer to smash it. The craftsmen used rope, saw, and wet the hemp rope. Carving was even more difficult. They needed to find alloy metals and smelted meteorites. Li Yi was not interested in any jade. It could only be used as collateral for currency issues. He wanted Z beads. Did the exchange certificate have any credibility over there? If it could be exchanged for Z beads, then it would. But in the future, he wanted to change the beliefs there. Don't believe in other things, just believe in Chinese civilization. The capital government sent things to the northwest. The transport ships came. There were 60 transport ships of 1,000 stones. They were sent in the name of the governor's office of Guangzhou. They first looked for the imperial court and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. When the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue heard that it was from Guangzhou, he didn't dare to interfere and hurriedly looked for Baigu. Grain? Rice? 60,000 stones of rice? Indica rice? Baigu asked. It's indica rice. It looks better than the indica rice that Dr. Li found. The grains are big. The assistant minister of Revenue gestured with his finger. It was this big. It's not the time for the transport of grain. Guangzhou, let's go find Xiao Yi. Baigu did not want to ask about it himself. He would ask Li Yi about Guangzhou. 60 ships unloaded their goods at the docks. One by one, they were placed on a rotating track, increasing their efficiency and safety. The income of the people working at the docks also increased. The more prosperous the capital office was, the more the docks could handle. Another sack is missing. Where is the sack? It's too brittle. A person who was loading rice onto the boat grabbed the sack and missed it. Don't worry about it for now. Change to another bag and we'll deal with it later. Quick, efficiency. This is called efficiency. Don't waste time, the person beside him shouted. Baigu came over personally. He sent someone to look for Li Yi. When he came out, he used the cableway on the river to check on Li Yi's situation. Li Yi was in the operating room and did not want to see anyone. How did you find the rice? Baigu did not think there was a lot of rice. 60,000 stones of rice turned into 600,000 stones of rice. 600,000 stones of rice. 600,000 stones. 600,000 stones. He was the Minister of Revenue. When did he have money in the thousands? Wasn't it all 10,000 stones? Prime Minister by I am Tsang Chao Si, Tsang Shinjun Huangli, courtesy named Gang Chong. The person in charge raised his hand and spoke. As he spoke, he looked around. What are you looking for? Baigu was puzzled and looked around. Song Zaifu and Zhang Zaifu are not here. Huang Li was looking for Song Jing and Zhang Jiuling. Song Jing was a high-ranking official in Guangzhou's governor's office. He did not agree to erect a monument for him. Zhang Jiuling was familiar with Guangzhou's Department of Shipping. I am the Minister of Revenue. Why are you looking for them? I am familiar with Li Yi from the Li family Zhuangzi. Do you know anyone from the Li family Zhuangzi in Guangzhou? Baigu instantly understood that Huang Li wanted to see someone he knew. Yes, I don't know anyone better. Since that is the case, I will talk to Bai Zaifu. After that, there will be 5 batches of 60 boats each. We will take the land route to the Yangtze River and then transfer the boats from there. We do not have enough manpower, so we will take batches. This is the rent paid by Guangzhou's government for the Aboriginals. The Aboriginals are grateful for the imperial court's favor. They will barter for rice and ship it to Chang and Huang Li explained the situation. They took the land route built by Zhang Jiuling from Guangzhou and transported the rice all the way to the Yangtze River. They then found a boat and arrived here. They were the ones paying for the transportation. They probably used their connections to get the boats and had to pay extra. Baigu was moved. He did not care about the money. 6 batches would only cost 30,000 stones. He could not figure out how the Aboriginals had the money to buy food and send it over. Were the Aboriginals so good? They had just joined the Tang dynasty's official family, and they wanted to carry things for their family and fulfill their obligations. If that was the case, the local officials— yes, the Li family Zhuangzi sent people over. The Li family Zhuangzi sent a team to take over the specific work of Guangzhou's governor's office. He looked at Huang Li and said in a gentle voice, "Are the local people doing well? The food is delivered. Do the people have enough to eat?" Huang Li took a step back. He was not used to it. He's asking you a question. The person next to him reminded him, "Oh, it's enough. There is plenty of food. If we can't finish it, it's cheap. The Aboriginals can get 20 stones for a rabbit skin and 10 stones for a chicken." Huang Li guaranteed that they would not starve. There was rice and meat. "Don't worry, we have enough food and clothing. We will be well off if we work hard. How many chickens can we raise with 10 stones of grain?" Baigu mumbled in surprise. 1 chicken could be exchanged for several sacks of rice? The chickens eat less grain. We raise them and let them live. They don't get sick easily. It's just that they are always stolen by wild beasts. We can hunt wild beasts later. Huang Li thought he was asking him and he would give an answer. Baigu narrowed his eyes. "Do you think that as a local official you have made great contributions?" "It's all right. It turns out that the local people don't have such good lives." Huang Li nodded lightly. "If that's the case, why didn't you register the Aboriginals and send them a large amount of rent?" Baigu did not want to give credit to the local officials. He thought that it had nothing to do with them. Huang Li was stunned. He then became angry and whispered, "Where did the Imperial Court's Ministry of Revenue get so much money? In the past, silk and copper coins were used as currency. There were even more places that bartered with other things." Baigu! After a few breaths, he took a deep breath and then another. He almost could not catch his breath. It was too uncomfortable to be rebuked. When he thought about it carefully, there was nothing wrong with it. Why did he bring up the past? Hurry up and rest. There's no rush to hand over your duties. Baigu chose to forgive him. It was not easy for everyone. We're going to stay at the Li family Zhuangzi. It's not a place arranged by the imperial court. We're going to eat at the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. We've already agreed on that. Huang Li refused to be arranged. He led the team himself and gave the other 3 Tang officers some benefits. Otherwise, how could he snatch the position? I'm the one who arranged for you to stay at the Li family Zhuangzi. Bai Gu was tired. A mere Tang officer dared to go against a Zai Fu? Do you believe that if I get angry, I'll remove you from your 7th-ranked official position? Thank you, Bai Zaifu. Huang Li was satisfied and was no longer angry. He turned around and called for his men to hand over the counting duties. There was no need to wait for the number of people. Let's hurry up and go to the Li family Zhuangzi. It's a legendary place. Chapter 1555. A group of people gathered at the Li family Zhuangzi again before the sky turned dark. They brought a few sacks of rice and asked someone to remove the husks. Huang Li and his group of more than 300 officials actually didn't need too many people. They just wanted to experience it. Although they were officials, some of them were actually descendants of the Li family. They came to Chang and to broaden their horizons and also to observe and learn from the Li family Zhuangzi. Not all of them were from the Huang family. The other big families also sent people. The next 5 groups all had the same situation. There were also the leaders and vice leaders of the mountain people. When they arrived at Chang, and they were like quails and didn't dare to make a sound. Li Longji met them while they were still in a state of shock and gave them encouragement. They were all very excited that they could meet the emperor himself. Moreover, the emperor lived in the Li family Zhuangzi. They also learned that when there was a lot of work, the officials worked in Xingqing Palace and didn't go to the imperial city unless there was a court meeting. When there was little work, the prime ministers also worked in the Li family Zhuangzi and sent letters back and forth through the cableway. It was no wonder that the Li family Zhuangzi's people were so powerful. They interacted and learned from the emperor and the prime ministers all day long. After Li Longji finished encouraging everyone, he called for Huang Li alone. The officials accompanied him and drank tea. It wasn't time yet. Moreover, Li Yi hadn't come out yet. They didn't know what happened in the operating room today. Where did the money and food come from? Bai Gu asked directly. The others stared at Huang Li. Huang Li felt that this was a joint trial. He was a little arrogant. With his rank, he didn't deserve to be questioned by the censorate, Ministry of Justice, and Supreme Court. The current lineup was even more powerful than the joint trial. The most powerful people in the Tang dynasty were personally summoned by the emperor himself. The barbarians were willing to make the exchange. The exchange was huge. Ships of food were sent over as if they were free. There were also goods from the previous trade. Huang Li pushed the blame to the barbarian merchants. They had an agreement. He looked around and saw that no one said anything. He said again, they brought a lot of things, including food. Why didn't we make the exchange? Am I right? The officials, ha ha ha. Li Longji couldn't help but laugh. He didn't believe that Huang Li didn't know what everyone wanted to ask. Huang Li was actually playing dumb. Do you think we won't know if you don't tell us? You've committed a grave sin. Song Jing glared. Governor Song, what crime have I committed? Isn't it good to have a large trade volume? Huang Li insisted. We've sent someone to investigate, Su Yi said from the side. Oh, the investigation is good. It will prove our innocence. Huang Li was not afraid of this. He had seen the people who were investigating. The Li family Zhuangzi's people were in charge of receiving them. Afterwards, a group of people from the Li family Zhuangzi also went to attend to them. As he spoke, he looked at Li Longji. This was the most terrifying. Li Longji shook his head. It's just a rumor. They say that only 5 trading companies are allowed to work together, and whoever has more trade volume and more food will get extra points. He knew the situation. When Li Yi went out to sea, the Li family Zhuangzi's people in the Guangzhou prefecture received the news. The imperial court sent people to investigate, and they were bribed. The people sent by Gao Lisher told them the truth. The Li family Zhuangzi's people were afraid that someone from the imperial court would stir up trouble when Dong Zhu was not around. As expected, the officials were kept in the dark. They were a little sad and wanted to know more about the operation. This was too amazing. They could get money and food if they wanted. Your Majesty, can you elaborate? Song Jing asked Li Longji helplessly. About this, third brother, let me explain. Before Li Longji could finish, Li Yi appeared at the door with a tired expression. Brother Yi, did the surgery go well? Li Longji's heart ached. Brother, Yi was tired. I almost died. Everyone's body structure is different. I have to rest for 2 months and can't do heavy work for half a year. Li rubbed his face. The process of training did not go well. He said that it was okay for a death row inmate to die after signing the agreement, but he still wanted him to live. Sit down. Li Longji wanted to get up and move a chair. Gao Li Shi jumped over and placed the chair beside Li Longji. Huang Li listened and watched and finally understood. Li Dongzhu and His Majesty had such a relationship? The officials were indifferent. How did you, Li Yi, become Brother Yi? You have a different surname. Your surname is also Li Ha. Then you and His Majesty are you can be a Li. So that's how it is. You're amazing. The kind that can be said no matter what. Brother Yi, drink some tea and rest. There's no rush. Your medical skills have improved, and everyone will benefit. Li Longji pushed the teacup in front of him. The officials nodded. Yes, Xiao Yi, you're important. Practice well, we'll all support you. Thank you, third brother. Li Yi drank the tea and panted. Everyone, I'm the one who arranged this. Our Tang dynasty's food reserves are too low, not to mention 9 years of food. Half of the Tang dynasty will be affected by the disaster this year. All the grain stores will be opened, and it's not enough. Li Yi said the reality first. We don't have enough food. Everyone was still angry and did not say anything. Li Yi said himself. If a country doesn't have 9 years of food reserves, it's not enough. If it doesn't have 6 years of food reserves, it's urgent. If it doesn't have 3 years of food reserves, it's not a country. Do you understand the concept of food reserves here? 3 years of plowing, there will be food for 1 year. 9 years of plowing, there will be food for 3 years. With 30 years of plowing, although there will be fierce drought and overflowing water, and the people will have no food, the emperor will eat and the sun will rise for joy. The group of officials spoke in unison. That was called neat. Huang Li said a few words and stopped. He forgot the content in the Book of Rites. Since everyone knows that food reserves are based on food reserves, does our Tang dynasty have 3 years of food? Don't I have to think of a way to get food? As for the specific operation, we will release the news first and use the business license to threaten. Li Yi explained his theory. This was how the barbarian merchants sold their goods. Because the great Tang was powerful, others could only do so. Xiao Yi, how high is the cost of buying food through this operation? Bai Gu understood. He was thinking about the long-term purchase. In the short term, the Tang dynasty was benefiting. But what about the future? All the costs are included in the profits. Without profits, how can there be costs? Even if there is a negative profit, it is based on the cost. The amount of food the barbarians are willing to provide depends on how much profit they make from the Tang dynasty. In the rules, the Tang dynasty is in the advantageous position of the seller. As long as the Tang dynasty offers enough profit, the barbarians are willing to do anything. Li Yi sat upright. He was asking about politics, so he had to follow the rules. Song Jing saw Li Yi's attitude and asked, How much profit do you know? I am collecting data. I have a model. The more data there is, the more accurate the conclusion I get. There are many variables involved. Not only does it include the production and transportation costs, but it also includes the social status of the people who grow food in each area. Homesteaders sought higher profits to ensure their living standards. Slaves are unable to protect their other interests. Living is their goal. In addition, there are other factors such as distance, disaster impact, robbing, etc. Every variable has to be calculated, and the role of the mathematical model in the social economy will be reflected. Li Yi answered seriously and pushed mathematics to the front. It was clear that the subject of mathematics will be more important in the future. This year's imperial examination only added a little bit of mathematics. It was very simple. In the future, if you want to take the imperial examination, you must have a certain foundation in mathematics. Chapter 1556. Dr. Li, there's a limit to the grain production in the barren lands. How can the harvest last long? Zhang Jiuling asked Li Yi. The industrial structure serves the supply and demand relationship to a certain extent. For example, the Tang dynasty guarantees the long-term purchase of grain, and people elsewhere can open up new land for planting. Li Yi explained to Zhang Jiuling, can the industrial structure of the barren lands be adjusted quickly to supply the Tang dynasty with goods in time? Sui asked, the speed of the industrial structure adjustment depends on politics, technology, and commodity profits. The simpler the technology, the faster the adjustment. The politics of the barren merchants serve the capital. As long as the capital has enough influence, politics is not a problem. Commodity profits include direct and indirect profits. The former is the purchase of grain, and the latter is the qualification to purchase other goods. Li Yi continued to answer. He did not hold back at all, nor did he say anything unnecessary. If the Tang dynasty increases the volume of foreign trade, will currency have its own place in it? Baigu narrowed his eyes. Anything acceptable to the other party can be called currency, including digital records. The status of the currency is not dependent on the status given by the barren merchants, but the status recognized by the people and the officials of the Tang dynasty. In the seller's market, the currency recognized by the Tang dynasty is the currency recognized by the buyer, and vice versa. Li Yi nodded to Baigu. The currency was strong. The so-called access permit mentioned in the rumors, is it true or false? Yuan Qinyao, who was the prime minister and was removed from his position together with Yao Chong, was not willing to fall behind. When the false is the true is also false. Where there is nothing, there is nothing. The so-called access permit should be used for the country. Soldiers are impermanent and water is impermanent. Li Yi gave an ambiguous answer. In fact, he was very flexible. He could do whatever he wanted. What if the barren merchants cooperate because of the access permit? Lu Youqiu voiced his doubts. If they cooperate, they will be broken by force. The barren merchants cannot cooperate because they belong to different countries. Once they cooperate, it proves that they are powerful and the navy will take action. What if a new barren merchant comes to the Tang dynasty and is ostracized? Li Riji considered from another perspective. Just send them some information. In the future, the Tang dynasty will set sail with local caravans. Li Yi answered their questions one by one. Huang Li was stunned. Why can't I understand a lot of things? What industrial structure? What currency position? No wonder he could only be a minor official of the 7th rank. The gap between them was too big. How was Li Dongzhu so busy? A person answering a bunch of questions, casually answering them. If he were to be questioned like this, he might as well just bang his head against the wall and die. Shao Yi, it's getting dark. Do you want to eat? Baigu rubbed his stomach. He was hungry. He had not eaten any staple food in the afternoon and had been drinking. Let's eat. Li Yi was also hungry. What do you want to eat? Baigu asked. Yeah, what do you want to eat? Songda, is there a cow? Li Yi shouted outside. Dongzhu has 2 cows that died of old age. They were not allowed to plow the fields anymore, for cows were watching other cows plow the fields and kept pushing forward. After a while, 2 of them collapsed. Songda's voice was heard. Is there a muscle head? Li Yi asked again. Yes. Everyone, can we eat a musclehead pot? Is there anything wrong with your body? Li Yi looked at everyone. Everyone looked at him. Shouldn't you be the one to decide if we are suitable or not? You will be responsible if we collapse after eating. Okay, let's eat this. Don't touch the staple food. Cut some beef into it. Those who did not eat eggs today, add in a poached egg. Li Yi thought for a while and gave an affirmative answer. Let's all eat. I want to eat egg custard, Lu Chong requested. Egg custard contains too much water. If you eat it, you might wake up at night. Li Yi rejected. What if you wet the bed? Each person had a pot. There was alcohol burning under the pot, and the flame was not big. Huang Li followed and ate. The people who came with him were arranged to eat hot pot. It was a hot pot for 2 people, not a pot for 1 person. The room they were in was dry and comfortable. Guangzhou was close to the sea, and it was humid. Living there every day did not mean it was comfortable. Just like the people in Alaska who lived in cold places. Did they really like it? If they liked it, why would they light a fire to keep warm? Traveling north from Guangzhou, the boat was still wet as the Yangtze River was the waterway. They entered Zhuangzi, took a bath, changed their clothes, and blow-dried their hair. Why was the house so refreshing? It was not cold, not hot, and not humid. Brother Yi, how many months' worth of food will the merchants send over in the future? Li Longji was satisfied with the rice sent over. 60 ships, 600,000 dough of rice. As the staple food, it was enough for the entire capital government to eat for 5 days. In the past, with the same population and the same amount of food, it was enough to eat for a day and a half. Because there was no oil and water, they ate a lot but were not full. A half-grown child would wake up hungry in the middle of the night after eating 2 bowls of rice. Now, after eating a bowl, the rest was vegetables and a little meat. It was the same for every meal. Adding an egg was really economical. When it was his birthday, it was difficult to eat a bowl of noodles. Now, was it a problem for the capital government to eat noodles? Li Lang, don't forget to fix the Tianshu. Princess Yongmu held half a pig's trotter and ate it. At noon, she felt that it was not as delicious as the Li family Zhuangzi. She thought the same as her father. It was all Wu's fault. According to Li Lang's investiture of the gods, Wu Zetian was Su Daji, who wanted to destroy the Tang dynasty. Xiao, the souls of the Tang dynasty soldiers, will not become lonely ghosts. Li Yi knew Princess Yongmu's thoughts. He also disliked Wu Zetian and the Zhou dynasty. After the Sui dynasty, the Tang dynasty appeared. The Tang dynasty continued many of the Sui dynasty systems, including the recognition of the Sui dynasty's civil and military officials. When it was Wu Zetian's time, she was too crazy. In some cases, she was a bit like Saint Joan of Arc. What she showed was her will. While accumulating the country's strength, she also consumed the foundation accumulated by the Tang dynasty. She beat the foreign races and the aristocratic families. Then, she also built the internal structure and used the female officials. What she didn't consider was that the productivity of the Tang dynasty's society was actually dominated by men. Even if she strongly advocated Buddhism, how could Confucianism compromise? She was really powerful. A group of men, whether they were in charge of the army or in charge of politics, all surrounded her. She built the Zhou dynasty, but in the end, she didn't give it to the Li family. Otherwise, what could she do? Maybe she wanted to achieve a dream in life. In this life, she wanted to do something to prove herself. The Tianshu set up by her people was destroyed in Luoyang, but the people of the Tang dynasty didn't react. There was a lot of copper in the Tianshu, which was melted to make copper coins. When the Tianshu was destroyed, the Tang dynasty had too much evil money. In history, it was impossible to get rid of evil money. The circulation of evil money was prohibited, and no one bought or sold it. The imperial court also didn't use the money. In the end, they had no choice but to allow the evil money to be used. Xiao Yi, the evil money is not in circulation now. The people can't spend it. Bai Gu mentioned the evil money while eating. In many places, let alone evil money, normal silk and copper coins were not in circulation. In the capital government, no one could see people using silk or silk as currency. If they had copper coins, they would send them to the Li family zhuangzi to exchange for exchange vouchers. Chapter 1557. Is there still any man-made evil money nowadays? Li Yi took a sip of wine to wash away the unpleasantness from his practice. Even the imperial court doesn't give out copper coins, who would make evil money. Song Jing wiped his forehead with a handkerchief. It was too spicy. If not for Li Yi's permission, he would never dare to eat such spicy food. Huang Li ate casually. He didn't like spicy food. He was a native of Guangzhou. If not for the Li family zhuangzis, people bringing him chili sauce, he wouldn't even know how spicy chili was. His attention was on everyone, including Princess Yongmu, who was munching on pig trotters. He knew about evil money, but it didn't circulate in Guangzhou. There was silver in Guangzhou, and large transactions were done with silver. It was said that evil money from other places usually circulated in the counties governed by the prefectures. Most of it was in the eastern capital of Luoyang and the western capital of Chang'an. He felt that evil money couldn't be eradicated. It was not something that could be done by humans. Li lowered his head and thought, I don't want to accept iron, but tin is fine. Many of them are still iron and tin, and the cost of collecting them is high, together with the copper coins from the shoddy work. What can we use to offset it? Gang Rou, think of a way. Zhang Jiuling gave Li Yi a look of encouragement. Okay, it needs to be operated. I can't lose money. Li Yi agreed. Huang Li. Brother Yi, I've saved up some money. Why don't I make it up to you? Li Longji was afraid that Zhuangzi's currency would not be enough as collateral, so he was willing to pay. Li Yi waved his hand. It has nothing to do with the loss. I can't accept 1 copper coin worth of evil money. It depends on the degree of evil money. Many evil money appear to serve the trade. When it's manufactured, its value is lower than normal. Some of it has the purpose of fraud, and some of it is related to the lack of currency in the Tang dynasty. Li Yi said that evil money was fake money. People used to need it. It was like the cents and cents in the current currency. 1 copper coin worth of coupons could buy an egg, and the egg seller needed change. Kaiyuan Tongbao was worth a lot. If you wanted to buy an egg, you couldn't get change. If she used silk to buy eggs, she would tear off a small strip and give it to the egg seller. The seller wouldn't want it. She wouldn't be able to use it when she returned. Evil money. 10 evil money is equal to 1 Kaiyuan Tongbao. Buy eggs with 3 evil money. The egg seller will agree. Evil money was different. Sometimes, the people were unable to determine its value and had to ask others to determine the price. This was used to supplement the lack of currency circulation. Counterfeiting was called fraud. In that case, it would be feasible to throw out the exchange coupons and exchange them with others according to the ratio. How do I do it? He didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to get rid of the evil money as soon as possible. Print more small denomination exchange coupons and distribute them to the prefectures and prefectures of the Tang dynasty along with other denominations. Li Yi looked at Yao Chong as he spoke. Yao Chong pursed his lips. This old man will send someone to keep an eye on it. What's the exchange rate? Different kinds of evil money will give different exchange rates, plus the weight. For example, 5 pieces of Gusai money weighed the same as 1 piece of Kai Yuan Tongbao. When exchanging, it would require 7 to 8 pieces of Gusai money to exchange for 1 piece of exchange coupon. The exchange coupons have the advantage of naturally appreciating in local areas. At the same time, printing small amounts of money will cost more than the face value. The people are willing to make up for the loss by the exchange rate. Li Yi gave a solution. When exchanging, the value of the evil money would be lowered. How much evil money could the ordinary people have? They didn't care. Businessmen with a lot of evil money were willing to take a loss as long as they could exchange the evil money quickly. Okay, Li Longji nodded and made up his mind. Good idea. In this way, people won't think of making evil money to exchange. The production cost will be higher than the profit, and they will lose money. Lu Huaishan agreed. After collecting the evil money, transport it back and send it in. We don't want pure iron. Throw it to the local people to make ironware. We want copper and tin. Li Yi also talked about how to deal with the evil money. Copper could be used to make copper pads and other things, which could be used in steam engines and future circuits. He didn't need tin to make glass because he had enough reserves. He wanted to make tin food. The disadvantage was that tin would break if it was too cold. He had sent tin to the soldiers before. He wrapped the tin with a layer of other things to keep it warm and prevent it from being in the -30°C environment. Huang Li endured the spiciness and drank a mouthful of soup to calm himself down. It was solved. The evil money problem was solved during the meal. Was the Tang dynasty's politics so fast? It was time for him to participate in the small court meeting, right? Princess Yongmu was tired from eating pork trotters. She spat out a bone and wiped her mouth. Li Lang's trip to the sea made me think of many things. I'll remember them one by one and show them to everyone later, including the rewards for the top talents in various industries, the laws of the Tang dynasty that everyone must agree with, the reform of the slavery system, the new methods of fruit preservation and deep processing. Brother Yi. Li Longji was in a good mood. You went to the sea to collect seeds for the Tang dynasty. It must have been hard on you. It's okay. Don't I need to come up with ideas if I don't go out? I think there will be more trouble. Li Yi didn't provoke the officials anymore. Everyone blushed slightly. Li Yi was angry as soon as he came back. Li Yi, on the other hand, was still worried about the domestic affairs. Change the pot often. The people over there are not used to spicy food. Li Yi turned his head and saw Huang Li in a daze. His face was red and he hurriedly ordered. Huang Li's pot was removed. He poured it into the big soup pot at the bridgehead. The soup was spicy. No. Huang Li was in a daze. It was not because of the spiciness, but because of surprise. He found that he couldn't figure out where to start. Even if someone told him how to do it, he still had to think hard. The pot was changed. It was a hot pot with vegetables and beef slices. He wanted to explain, but he found that it was still delicious and not spicy. The 300 people who came with him were eating the Mandarin duck hot pot elsewhere. They couldn't eat spicy food, but they still dipped their heads in the spicy food and stuck their tongues out. They had never been to Chang'an before. Compared to the hot weather in Guangzhou, Chang'an was relatively cool. At least, it was cool in the house. The palace maids carried the food around and added meat for others. They didn't let them eat mutton or beef. There were 2 types of palace maids that could exist in the Li family's manor. One type was capable and beautiful, while the other was not too beautiful, but extremely capable. But at this moment, none of them were ordinary. They were all beautiful because they could put on makeup. The training the palace maids received was stricter than Li Yi's celebrities and mistresses. The palace maids worked hard to learn. The celebrities and mistresses worked hard to make a living, while the palace maids worked hard to survive. The leader of the mountain people and the deputy leader of the second in command appeared to be at a loss of what to do. Huang Li couldn't care about the others. He wanted to ask about Li Yi's affairs. They had agreed before he came. He thought it would be easy, but now he understood. Was he qualified to ask about politics? Brother Gang Chang, is there something wrong? Li Yi kept looking at Huang Li. He was familiar with the others, but not Huang Li. No, it's the withholding of taxes. The governor's office of Guangzhou wants to withhold taxes. We agreed to pay the local taxes. Huang Li paused and hesitated several times before he finally spoke. He put on an expression that said, "You can beat me or kill me at will." Chapter 1558. Where's the money? Before Li Yi could say anything, Baigu stood up. He glared at Huang Xiaolong and clenched his fists. Huang Li's face turned pale. By Zaifuitz, it's the local tax. It's Guangzhou's tax, not the city's tax. Ah, Guangzhou's governor's office wants to pay the tax? Baigu asked. Huang Li nodded vigorously. Yes, we pay the imperial court and keep a portion of it. Oh, Baigu sat back down. Your Majesty, Guangzhou wants to pay the imperial court extra tax. Ha ha. Li Longji frowned. We should congratulate your Majesty on this matter. Baigu quickly added, and cupped his hands in the direction of Xingqing Palace. Li Dongzhu, what do you think? Huang Li wiped his sweat with his sleeve and asked Li Yi. I'm in charge of the Ministry of Revenue. Tell me. Baigu pointed to himself. The consumption tax for the foreign merchants and merchants from the Tang dynasty in Guangzhou? 1/10 of the tax? How much is left? What's the use of it? Li Yi ignored Baigu. What's the use of telling you? You don't know anything. So it's the consumption tax. Baigu said. Huang Li once again confirmed that his words carried the most weight in the entire restaurant. Only Li Yi could tell him how the money was earned and how the tax was paid. Li Dongzhu, it's 1/10 of the tax. The profits are too high. Keep 30% and use it mainly for infrastructure. It's the original place. How should I put it? Huang Li was so anxious that he forgot about the things he memorized in Guangzhou. He wanted to take out his sleeve. There was a piece of paper in his sleeve pocket, but when he took it out, he was stunned. He had changed his clothes, but the paper was not in his new clothes. Further increase the accommodation, improve the quality of service, perfect the hardware requirements, and carry out industrial and large-scale upgrades. Li Yi said when he saw Huang Li's anxious expression. Huang Li was stunned again. He looked at Li Yi with admiration. Li Dongzhu, you are indeed the most capable minister in the world. Yes, that's right. Then the retained money continues to burn cement, make concrete, and pave a better pier. The roadside drainage channel leading to the mountain had to be strengthened. Otherwise, the heavy rain would bring sand down and block it, flooding the road and obstructing traffic. The thick trees were to be used to build ships. They could not be used to burn cement. As for fuel, they had to buy coal from Luzhou. Did the people spread out from the docks to repair their houses? What's the follow-up plan? Li Yi held the wine cup and said calmly. Li Dongzhu, how did you know? Huang Li's body trembled slightly. It was unknown whether it was due to excitement or fear. I'm asking you a question, Sui said. It was normal for Li Yi to guess. Why would I need to explain to you? Oh, they were all right. Then there's the mountain people. They live in the mountains. When the rain is heavy, the village will be destroyed. They're most afraid of water. When Song Zaifu was the commander-in-chief of Guangzhou, he taught the locals to build houses with stones to prevent fire. We're all grateful for Song Zaifu's kindness. So we're going to build brick houses for the mountain people, pave the ground with cement, and clear the ground for drying grains. Then he looked at Song Jing and smiled. Song Zaifu is amazing. Song Jing felt as though he had been slapped in the face. It stung. Back then he had asked the people to build houses with stones. How were they going to build houses? It was impossible for the mountain people to gather stones to build a village. It would take too much labor. Now he was praised because the locals were rich. Moreover, they could burn cement and bricks. The goal was the same, and the result was the same. The only difference was that when he was the commander-in-chief of Guangzhou, the economy did not keep up. Back then, he was like a castle in the air, a moon in the water. It was out of touch with reality. Now that Guangzhou was building houses again, it was the right thing to do. They were rich and had technical support. The mountain people trusted the imperial court. Keep all of it. The imperial court does not need Guangzhou's taxes. We need to use the abundant funds reasonably and speed up the transformation of the Tang dynasty people living in the mountains. Strengthen health promotion. Follow up on water and sewage technology and implement the relevant policies of the imperial court. Promote the spread of education and information among the special living groups living in the villages and villages on the mountains. Increase communication between the people living in and out of the mountains. Create unique industries in the villages and integrate them with the ecological environment of the docks. Make use of the border trade policy and rely on the tertiary industry to help the first and second industries improve their own skills. Li Yi's answer was that there was no need to hand it over. Keep it all. Then he would use it for the rest of his words. Li wiped his sweat with his sleeve again. This time it was not because of the spiciness, but because he was anxious. Li Dongzhu, I don't understand. I'll explain it to you later. You have to learn more about such simple things. The imperial court can't collect taxes anymore. Sigh. Baigu understood and knew how to implement it. Everyone, including Princess Yongmu, understood and was used to it. In the beginning, it was just a bunch of useless words. Now, they understood that every sentence was crucial. Can I not hand it over? Huang Li was happy. He had completed his task. Baigu glanced at him. If you don't hand it over now, you'll have to hand it over in the future. Build a solid foundation. It's just like raising chickens. Whether they eat eggs or hatch eggs, they eat more food. Huang Li knew that there were limits to raising poultry. Song Jing spoke. Let's say that we'll expand the scale of trade in the future. You'll only see more barbarian merchants, so we'll have to build more inns and restaurants. Li Yi is thinking of finding more barbarian merchants and arranging the infrastructure in advance. You're all passive, but Li Yi's is active. Why don't you understand? Everyone, please eat. Li Longji saw that Baigu was still confused. He didn't want to find someone to explain it to him now. After they finished eating, didn't Baigu want to explain it to him personally? Not long after, Li Longji finished eating and put down his chopsticks. Everyone else finished eating as well. It was such a coincidence that none of the food was wasted. The leftover soup from the hot pot was brought to the hut at the bridgehead to cook together. Li Yi strolled alone in Zhuangzi. He wanted to practice his skills. Li Longji happily went for a bath and a massage. He had solved another important problem today. Baigu followed Baigu to his office in Zhuangzi. Baigu wanted to explain to him what Li Yi was talking about. It was even more difficult to understand if it was translated into classical Chinese. The others looked for books to read. It was still early, so they couldn't sleep. In the past, they had to wake up early for court meetings. Those who lived far away had to leave early. There were food stalls at the entrance of the imperial city. If they were afraid of death, they didn't have to buy anything. Yao Chong used to have a large group of bodyguards. Now that the prime minister was out, there were only a dozen people. Tell others who I am, and I'll be strolling outside. If you want to assassinate me, you can do it. If you want to kill me and disrupt the Tang dynasty's politics, you're definitely thinking too much. You should have killed that coward who risked his life flying around. Killing him would have worked. If the group was small, things would be easier. If they didn't want to go out, they would work in Zhuangzi. It was like living in the company. The company's conditions were good. Princess Yongmu finished arranging tomorrow's business and went out to find Li Yi. After a while, she couldn't find him. She went into the surveillance room and caught him. Li Yi sat not far from the artificial beach and watched a few children play in the sand. The boys were still wearing open crotch pants, but the girls weren't allowed to wear them. When Princess Yongmu brought Xiaolon to the place, Baigu and the others arrived first. Xiao Yi Huang Li is smart. He understood after a few pointers. It's best to work in Zhuangzi. Baigu walked slowly with a cup of chrysanthemum tea. Is that so? Li Yi looked at Baigu. What's wrong? Baigu felt a little guilty. Chapter 1559. Normal recruitment. Work starts at 9 in the morning and ends at 5 in the evening. If I provide accommodation and cafeteria at the workplace, will it be harmful to the employees? Li Yi asked everyone according to the normal working hours. How can it be harmful? You are a good Dongzhu. Just like your Li family Zhuangzi, the villagers are living a happy life. Huang Li, who was learning from Feng Yu, felt better. He envied the Li family Zhuangzi's villagers. Work starts at 9 in the morning and ends at 5 in the evening. How can there be such a good thing? Yao, Chong mumbled. Then he realized he had said something wrong. Farmers usually worked for 8 hours a day, and that included time for meals. Some jobs are only allowed to work for 6 hours a day. If the work is not allowed for too long, accidents will happen. If they are distracted, they will either die or be injured. Li nodded. You all know that villagers will find relaxing things to do when they are resting. For example, cleaning. The more comfortable the working environment is, the more willing the employees will be to work. On the other hand, you're depriving the employees of their own time. Their wages are calculated according to the day. Although they earn the same amount of money by working for 8 hours, because they stay at the workplace, they have to work overtime. You all can see each other in Zhuangzi. Do you all think about work? Li Yi had done this before. He renovated the workplace to the point that people do not want to go home. The employees were playing billiards together and chatting about the situation at work. This was the company's most important employee interaction. The company put the interaction after work. Some of them chatted and played, and they quickly went to their own place to deal with it. It was another type of corporate community. Or rather, it was an extension of the corporate community. The family of the employees worked in the corporate community, and the children studied in the community school. The house was rented to the company, and the shopping was done in the company's supermarket. Everything revolved around the company, and the employees were restricted. During non-working hours, the employees worked overtime for the company. Everyone looked at each other and thought about it. It made sense. For example, they themselves. When they ate, bathed, and massaged together, they would talk about administrative matters. What was wrong? They did not feel oppressed. Instead, they felt happy. Li Lang, is this the wrong thing to do? Princess Yongmu saw the staff. No, the students' family members, pruning the branches of the shrubs with kerosene lamps, which was exactly what Li Yi had said. Not only the villagers, but the students' families were also helping. Li Yi looked at the children playing. Right now, because the people have no other entertainment outside of work. It took a lot of effort for them to take a shower, see a doctor, cook for themselves, and spend a lot of money. All these aspects added up to more than what they could earn from normal work. If he didn't enjoy his work environment, he wouldn't be able to earn money if he went out. Most importantly, what was he going out for? When society develops to a certain extent, those with strong abilities will not be willing to be restrained. Li Yi knew that many people in his time liked this kind of company. As long as the salary was comparable to other companies in the same industry, it was not a problem to bring their families to live in the company. There were all kinds of entertainment facilities. Wouldn't that save him money? However, some people from the developed countries objected. Did I sell it to you? Sigh. Zhang Juling sighed. If only that day had come. I am an important official of the imperial court. I have to think about the affairs of the imperial court every day. This is what I want. Me too. A few people said at the same time. I will work hard too. Huang Li was excited. All the important officials in the imperial court were like this. What are they playing? Lu Chong was not excited. He noticed that the lights were suddenly turned on and shone on the artificial beach. There was a group of children of all sizes. The girls were busy, and the boys were playing with the dolls. There were knives, spears, bows. They took away some of the dolls and placed them on the beach again. He was curious. The dolls did not sleep and looked very energetic. He was about to walk over when Li Yi stopped him. Don't go over. If the adults go, the children will stop. When the adults leave, the children will not be as happy as they are now. Why? Lu Chong could not think of a reason. It is a cognitive problem. The children know that they are not as good as the adults. They can communicate with each other. If they meet the adults, they are afraid that the adults will say something is wrong with them. Cognitive problems depend on education. School education and family education. The school education is still okay. At least the teachers are encouraged to think from the perspective of the children. The family education cannot be changed. The children are not willing to reveal their inner secrets. If you go, the children will think that you are mocking them, even if you don't say anything. Li Yi explained from the perspective of children's education and children's behavioral psychology. Oh, adults can't go? Lu Chong nodded. What are they playing? I can go. I know what they are playing. In the war, the girls are in charge of medical care and logistics, and the boys command the soldiers. One side represents other places, such as the Tubo Empire or the later Turks. The other side must represent the Tang dynasty. The final result is clear. The Tang dynasty will win. In the past, I would lower my IQ to the same level as the children, and they would accept me. Li Yi already knew what the children were playing. Sand castles and walls. The red dolls were the soldiers of the Tang dynasty, and the messy colors represented the enemy. Ordinary adults would find it funny, but the children were serious. If the adults could not understand, they should not disturb them. The Tang dynasty is guaranteed to win? Huang Li thought the children were cute. They must win. The generals of the Tang dynasty can die in battle, but they can't be captured. If they are captured, they will still die. As long as the commander's flag does not fall, we will fight to the death. Li Yi was sure that they would not be captured. In history, 2 years ago, Chan Yu and Vice Protector General Zhang Jin ordered people to give weapons to the surrendered soldiers because Jiang Hui went to see them. Then, the surrendered soldiers rebelled and captured Zhang Jiyun. Zhang Jiyun was rescued, but he died. Jiang Hui, who tricked the frontline generals, was not harmed at all. So Li Yi found an opportunity to deal with him. He could forget about being an official for the rest of his life. Now, Zhang Jiyun was alive and continued to lead the troops in Hedong. As long as people like Jiang Hui did not harm him, he was strong. During this period, the generals of the Tang dynasty were very powerful, and they always played tricks. They always analyzed the situation of both sides and led the troops to fight when they saw an opportunity. Song Jing opposed, but Li Yi supported. We won! We won! Suddenly, there was a cheerful shout from the children. They even clapped and celebrated, as if they had really helped the Tang dynasty kill someone. Li Yi smiled knowingly. Patriotism education starts from a child. There is only an incompetent imperial court, and there are no people who do not dare to fight. The most chilling thing is not the lack of supplies, but the fact that they are blamed and punished even though they won the battle. The most terrible thing is that after the soldiers won, the imperial court bowed to the enemy. Li Yi looked around as he spoke, and his gaze lingered on Song Jing's face for a moment. Luggage is enough. The others are not a problem. Song Jing said. He did not want to join the Tuan Air now, and he was more afraid that he could not even join the Tuan Air. Chapter 1560. The children began to pack up their toys and put them in toy boxes. Then 2 or 3 children pulled the strings on the boxes and walked. As they walked, some of the children tripped over their own feet and fell on the sand. Some of them looked like they should fall forward, but they ended up sitting on the ground, which seemed to violate the laws of physics. As they left, the lights on the artificial beach gradually went out and finally fell into darkness. The children dragged the toy boxes into the big house where the toys were kept and padded there, but to go home. Some adults poured out the toys and carefully cleaned up the sand. Why don't you let the children see the sand in their toys after daybreak? Song Jing watched the children play at a close distance for the first time. The children have done their best. They were very serious when they cleaned up, so this is the best they can do. My requirement for them is not to get full marks in every exam, but to study hard. Ability depends on innate factors and nurturing, but attitude is more important. Selecting a small number of talents depends on ability. Cherishing the Tang dynasty depends on attitude. The ability of the Prime Minister is to have foresight. The strength of the minor officials is more important than the trivial matters. The foundation of a country is stable, The needs of the people are respected. A steed can't leap 10 steps. A poor horse can't ride 10 times. Its merit is not to give up. If you give up, rotten wood will not break. If you persevere, you can carve gold and stone. Li Yi talked about the children's affairs and the strategy of the Tang dynasty. Worms have sharp claws and teeth, strong muscles and bones. They eat the earth above and drink the yellow springs below. Ah, I talk too much. Xiao Lan followed and recited it loudly. She found that her status was too low, so she stuck out her tongue and hid behind Princess Yongmu. No one was angry at her. Su Yi continued. Therefore, the so-called persuasion is not only about learning. It's about getting involved in politics. A voice came from afar. Therefore, those who don't have the will of the underworld, those who don't have the bright light, those who don't have the ambition, those who don't have the outstanding merit. More voices joined in. Those who walk the path do not come. Those who do not have the two monarchs do not tolerate each other. They were the villagers who packed up the toys for the children just now. They were all studying and never slacked off. The Li family Zhuangzi could now be said. There are scholars coming and going. No one is an amateur. However, the Li family Zhuangzi was definitely not some shabby house. Spiritual civilization alone was not enough. Material civilization was the foundation. Li Yi did not count on the Confucian scholars. It was enough for him to have no white hands. Actually, he hated Hongru. Whatever Hongru could do, he could easily do. He liked craftsmen. There were many things that craftsmen could do that he couldn't. If only the mountain people could be like this. Oh, they are called the new people who have just moved to their hometown. How great would it be if everyone was like this? Once again, Huang Li felt the power of the Li family Zhuangzi. The adults took care of the children while they played. None of the Guangzhou Huang family could do that. The sky had darkened, and a group of little fellows were playing there. Not only did the adults not bring them home, they hid and waited. Afraid that the babies couldn't see clearly, she slowly turned on the lights. How did you adjust the lights? What light? Li Dongzhu, what's wrong with the lights? Huang Li didn't understand, so he asked. Now was not the time to be reserved. A set of iron wires and gears. The kerosene lamp has a flint, an adjustment valve, and a spring. The place where the lamp is hung is connected to a few iron wires. It can be used to ignite and adjust the oil supply. Without the oil supply, it will naturally go out. If it doesn't ignite, it can be loosened and the spring will return to its original position. Then it can be ignited again. If it doesn't ignite multiple times, it has to be repaired. Li Yi explained the technology again. The lamp was not a secondary light-emitting tube. It was just an ordinary kerosene lamp. The design inside was slightly more complicated. This had nothing to do with him. He didn't say anything. The craftsmen figured it out themselves. Many of the automatic devices in Zhuangzi were completed by the craftsmen. It didn't matter how many materials were used. The craftsmen were free to do whatever they wanted. This was the cost of research and development. Craftsmen from other places had to consider the supply of materials. If they had no money to buy and no one to invest, they could only watch helplessly. If they tried their best and used money to fill in the blanks, their families wouldn't be able to live well. After filling in the blanks, others would casually copy them. Therefore, all the craftsmen were willing to join the Workers' Alliance. They proposed their ideas, the Workers' Alliance would pay for them, and when they produced results, the Workers' Alliance would reward them. The Li family Zhuangzi didn't need to mention the cost of the research. They found the materials themselves and asked others to help them. The craftsmen in Zhuangzi didn't care about the reward. They just wanted to make Zhuangzi better. If the technology they researched was beneficial to the Tang dynasty, it would be a supreme glory. It was the kind of glory that could wake them up with a smile. It's made by Li Dongzhu. This was the first time Huang Li knew that the same kerosene lamp in Li family Zhuangzi was different from his. The craftsman figured it out. Whoever figured out the details of the part will name it. Li Yi shook his head. Will they be rewarded with money? Li felt that Li Yi shouldn't give the name to the craftsman. Reward? Money is useless. It will be recorded. When the children in the family get married, Zhuangzi will arrange it. They don't need to pay for it. If they want to go out to buy things, they will tell the stewards first. The stewards will ask how many people want to buy the same thing. When the time comes, they will buy it together. It will be cheaper. Li Yi didn't hide the way Zhuangzi operated. The villagers didn't have freedom. If they ran out, they would die. The imperial court would not let them go. More importantly, there was no freedom. Even if the imperial court of the Tang dynasty didn't do anything, they would still be captured. If they were captured, they wouldn't be able to escape. If they were captured by the Tubo envoy, they would be transferred immediately. The Tang dynasty would directly ask the Tubo envoy for them alive. If they didn't, they would be beaten. If they died, they would be beaten. Li didn't know that the Li family Zhuangzi's villagers were fixed. He thought about other aspects. Li Dongzhu, there are many craftsmen in Guangzhou. If they make good things, can we reward them? Li realized that the craftsmen were very useful. Report it. We will verify it. There were two problems. First, they falsely reported the technology. It was not a new technology, but they insisted on saying it was a new technology in exchange for rewards. Second, they stole other people's credit and hid the truth. They must spread the news and tell the craftsmen and other people who can develop new tools, crops, livestock breeding technology, and poultry breeding technology. Justice is the most important thing in a place. Don't worry about scarcity, but worry about inequality. Don't worry about poverty, but worry about insecurity. The officials are not afraid of my strictness, but fear my integrity. The people are not convinced of my ability, but submit to my authority. If I'm honest, the officials won't dare to be slow. If I'm honest, the people won't dare to bully me. If I'm honest, I'm honest. This saying is about governance. It's not completely correct, but it's a social phenomenon. When it comes to scarcity and poverty, we can't be careless and slack off. Those who have permanent property have perseverance. Once the problem of scarcity and poverty is solved, it'll be easy to deal with honesty and justice. Li Yi was very patient. He spoke to Huang Li and the Huang family in Guangzhou. When Tian, write down the conversation between Brother Gangchang and us and publish it in the newspaper. You can write it in installments or selectively, but don't leak the secret. Apart from discussing politics, we'll mainly publicize the economic development strategies and results of Guangzhou. You can do it in Guangzhou, Luzhou, Quanzhou, and Hai Province. If the coastal provinces have the heart, why can't they achieve their goals? At this moment, Li Yi had transformed into an important official of the imperial court. He talked to the local officials, and his actions were flawless. Chapter 1561. Li Yi and the others went back to rest. They still had to practice tomorrow. Bai Gu, Yao Chong, and the others slept soundly. They were used to not being excited, even if they couldn't help it sometimes. When they found it difficult to sleep and their thoughts ran wild, they would often self-hypnotize themselves. Don't worry about anything. Xiao Yi is here. Huang Li was even more energetic. He couldn't rest at all. He went to find the others, who followed him. The 300 people were as excited as Huang Li. When they were in Guangzhou, they only knew that the Li family Zhuangzi was powerful, rich, and could mobilize the winged knights. They didn't have a clear idea of what the Li family Zhuangzi looked like. They had a family, so they could only imagine the situation of the main family. The family had corridors, pavilions, fish swimming in the water, large plots of land, and enclosed lakes. The slaves and servants in the family had rules. A banquet could cost a few hundred taels. The Li family Zhuangzi's place was bigger and had a few more buildings. When they arrived, they finally knew what the Li family Zhuangzi looked like. The southwest barbarian captives and their families lived in a place more than 10 li south of the city. A third of the area was managed by the Li family Zhuangzi. After crossing the Tyrant Bridge, the imperial plantation was to the north. The mountains to the east were also owned by the Li family Zhuangzi. In Zhuangzi, it was hard to tell who was a servant, but there were many palace maids and eunuchs jumping around. There was a place for people to play, and it felt like there was a new scenery with every step. Other places were workshops where people were allowed to see, but there were many other places where people weren't allowed to enter. Even more frightening were the water screens where people watched movies. At night, the villagers and the people at the bridgehead watched all kinds of introductions. There were craftsmen who taught them how to make simple household tools. It was convenient and practical. There were also people who taught them how to grow seeds. It was said that it would be shown once in a while, and many people watched it. There were also advertisements. It was unknown how much the merchants would pay for advertisements. There should be slaves in the family, right? How come they couldn't tell who was the slave? The roads in Zhuangzi were well built. There were flowers and grass beside them. It seemed that walking from one side of Zhuangzi to the other was even farther than walking from the west to the east of Chang. And this is Chang, and next to the Ba River. Can rich people be so rich? Many officials of the 5th rank and above were still living in the houses provided by the imperial court in the south of the city. They couldn't afford to buy a house at all, nor could those outside the city. What was even more frightening was that, according to the layout of Zhuangzi, there were many offices for the various departments of the imperial court. Are you sure this is Zhuangzi and not the imperial city? Xingqing Palace? The thing docked at the pier by the river was a boat? Some of the farmers rode 3-wheeled bicycles to store their goods, while others rode 2-wheeled bicycles to and fro. Hot air balloons floated in the sky, and teams of winged knights patrolled the area. When it was time to eat, there was a cafeteria. There were dozens of dishes to choose from and eat as they pleased. The little dolls were all clean and fresh, and they always had smiles on their faces. In Zhuangzi, not a single trace of sadness could be seen. When the villagers saw the officials, they didn't bow or make way for them. Everyone walked to one side and passed by the right side. On the other hand, if the officials wanted to enter, they had to report and be inspected. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to cross the bridge. Today, I'll teach you how to make a simple jig for taking plates and bowls out of the pot. It's made of bamboo. The structure is simple, but it's very practical. The water screen was explaining how to place hot jig on the bamboo plates and bowls. The people's living standards had improved, and there were more pots and bowls. This was especially so for the people outside Chang'an. In the past, they used to use their hands to hold the pots and bowls. When Huang Li found the crowd, they were all looking at the water screen. To them, the water screen was too magical. The water sprayed upwards, and then a picture appeared. It was a picture with color. The people in the picture could move and speak. There were a total of 3 water screens. One was moved to the east gate of Chang, and the other was at the north gate of the imperial plantation. The other one was at the Ba River Bridge. From Zhuangzi, he could see that the people outside were gathered, eating, drinking, and learning. The people selling food were happy. With so many people, it was easier to do business. The people on the water screen moved very slowly, teaching the details bit by bit. After teaching once, they repeated the process. The shape of the jig was slightly different. The farmers didn't look, but some people read books under the light. They practiced meditation in places with movement. More than 300 people sat on the folding stools, concentrating. Huang Li looked at the crowd and was about to speak when the program ended and a new one appeared. There was a very high mountain with snow on it. A person stood there. The voice said, "At the top of the world." The scene changed. The cavalry was charging. At the border of the country, the waves were turbulent and the wind was howling. Someone at the bow of the ship looked into the distance. At the shore of the East Sea, amidst the sound of the harp, a group of shepherd dogs cooperated with their master to drive the sheep. At the boundless grassland, swoosh, 4 scenes appeared at the same time. Each person held a jar in his hand. He used his chopsticks to pick something from the jar and smiled. The taste of home has never changed. Grandma Tian's stinky tofu is by your side. It's rich and will stay with you for a long time. Huang Li was dumbfounded. When the scene changed to introducing how to feed the hatched chicks, he came to his senses. How much does this stinky tofu have to be sold to earn back the advertising fees? Can the stinky tofu be compared with the Li family zhuangzi? Huang Li mumbled. He felt that this stinky tofu should not be sold. It was not worth it. It was expensive because of the advertising fees. Huang Qinjun, are you done talking to the Li Dongzhu? Someone noticed that there was a shadow around him. He looked up and saw Huang Li. The farmer next to him gave Huang Li a stool. Huang Li thanked him and sat down. Now you know how powerful the Li family zhuangzi is, right? Yes. Big, the place is too big. Those mountains all belong to the Li family zhuangzi. I heard that there are also mountains in other places, such as Tangzhou, Huazhou, and Puzhou. The person who greeted him replied, Is there anything else? Huang Li did not seem to care. The farmers wear good clothes and live in better buildings. The children are running around and don't seem to follow etiquette. However, they are sensible. They know that when the adults are working, they will make way for them. They even think of ways to help. The person thought for a while and gave a different opinion. Is there anything else? Huang Li still did not care. The farmers seemed to be literate. This is amazing. Anything else? How did you make the water screen? If our Huang family has one, it will definitely become a prominent family. Anything else? The canteen is good. We found that there are always people working 24 hours a day. We can eat at any time. Anything else? Is this not enough? Who do you think is in the zhuangzi? Your Majesty, do you know where they live? Huang Li asked. Don't tell me they live in the zhuangzi? And the Empress? The retired Emperor, noble consort Lu. The Empress Jeyu, the eldest prince, and the 5 princes. When I was talking about this, Bai Zaifu wanted to ask. Li Dongzhu took over and said that he did not want to pay taxes. No one objected. Huang Li patted his chest as he spoke. He still had a lingering fear. Your Majesty did not say anything? Your Majesty kept calling him Brother Yi. Li Dongzhu answered questions and answers with the officials. It was as if the entire Tang dynasty revolved around him. What you have seen is only the surface. The power of the Li family zhuangzi lies in Li Dongzhu's position. Huang Li let out a long breath. He felt much better after sharing the pressure. Chapter 1562. A group of people from Guangzhou were called away by Huang Li. Stop looking around. We're going to stay here for a few days. The boats were hired, so they couldn't travel for nothing. They had to buy some things and bring them back. Didn't this mean that they didn't have to pay taxes? They still had the tax money. They had already brought money with them and were prepared to buy some things. Now that they could buy more, they could use the tax money to buy them first. After that, they could use the tax money to pay for the construction of the area. Owner Li told him how to operate it, even though it felt like he was shrouded in fog when he spoke. However, Bai Zaifu translated it and was very specific. Everyone gathered together to discuss. They needed to redefine the position of the Li family zhuangzi in the governor's manor of Guangzhou. Zhuangzi was the royal court. No one could refute the words of Dongzhu, from the emperor to the chancellors. Yes, from the chancellors to the chancellors. The assistant ministers weren't qualified to listen. However, there was a minister, the Minister of Works, who was once a chancellor. Looking at the other people in the group, the worst was Lu Chong, who specialized in studying the aristocratic families. Lu Chong came from the Hudong Lu clan. He had been the crown prince's guest, Song Wangshi and Zhao Wenhal's scholar. The crown prince's guest was easy to understand. He had the title of Zhao Wenhal's scholar. He could find out the rank of Zhao Wenhal's scholar. What was Song Wangshi? Even if he were to tire himself to death, he wouldn't be able to find out what it was for. It referred to the rank 1 crown prince's imperial tutor. King Song was Li Qingqi, while he was the crown prince. Together with the crown prince's guest, they understood the situation of the Tang dynasty and knew that Song Wangshi was the crown prince's imperial tutor. It was a rank 1 crown prince's official position. Even though it was an official position, it was still paid. The other person, Yin Sijin, who hadn't been a chancellor before, was a minister. She was just a step away from being a minister under the secretariat. The people in the group were all such existences. The assistant ministers and physicians could forget about asking Li Dongzhu about politics. Without such a foundation, what was the use of having money and land? What do you mean by having a lot of people? Have 100,000 people under you? Why don't we deal with you directly? Or should we wait for you to rebel? As such, Li Dongzhu is After explaining the situation, Huang Li wanted to summarize the situation, but he couldn't give a specific position. What happened to the 300+ people who had followed them in a state of confusion? Li Dongzhu doesn't have an official position. How could he? In any case, I'll take note of the specifics and follow them when I get back. No one is allowed to be greedy or slack off. Huang Li didn't say anything about Li Yi. His gaze swept across the faces of Guangzhou's various clans as a warning. Who is that beautiful woman with Li Dongzhu? I heard that the Pyongkong Square's Nanku Great Master admires Li Dongzhu. Which famous master is he? Some people cared about women. Princess Yongmu was beautiful and had an outstanding temperament. Stop talking, Princess Yongmu Wen Tian. Huang Li glared at the person who asked. Isn't Princess Yongmu called Li Yuanshu? Another person wondered. Wen Tian is Wen Tian. Is it important what her name is? Bai Zaifu told me that Princess Yongmu was shocked by Xiao Yi no Li Dongzhu's talent. Therefore, she used the name Wen Tian to get in touch with Li Dongzhu. She asked him, but he didn't answer. However, if there was anything he didn't understand, he would ask Master Li. Master Li would answer all of his questions and tell him everything he knew. The height of the heavens is unknown. Li Dongzhu's wisdom is unfathomable. Oh, Li Dongzhu knows the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. How many li was it again? Bai Zaifu said it before, but I didn't remember. Huang Li explained why Princess Yongmu was called Li Wentian. This was definitely a huge secret. Wentian. The group of people were shocked. At the same time, they were happy that they could understand such a secret. The people who were shocked did not know that their actions had frightened others, such as Boazhu and Isinba. All the envoys of the Honglu Temple had received the news that 60,000 sure boats came from the governor's office in Guangzhou. When did Guangzhou directly send grain to Chang? And basically it was a tribute. After the rent was collected, it was not enough for the journey. Usually the rent was converted into other things, such as silver ingots. What was the meaning of using ships to send grain? Where did Guangzhou get the grain from? It's thousands of li away, people eat and horses chew. Boazhu was confused as to how the 60,000 sure of grain was transported to Chang. There was not much grain. It was only enough for the people of the governor's office to eat for 3 to 5 days. The hidden meaning behind this was definitely not a small matter. If Guangzhou could send grain to Chang, and what about other places? The governor's office proved that there was no shortage of grain. They were still sending baggage to Tubo. Isinba was looking at the water screen. The water screen explained how to use furnace ash. It could be used to make bricks. It had nothing to do with the ordinary people. They could not bake bricks. It could also be used to build roads. It had something to do with the ordinary people. The roads outside Chang and were not easy to walk on. It was better to use furnace ash than yellow sand. Ordinary people planted vegetables in their yards. Turning over the furnace ash was good for the roots of the plants. When the rain was heavy, it could be permeated. If it was pressed with a stone roller, it would be slightly crushed. On the ground of the yard, free-range chickens, liked to peck at it, because it was suitable for the reproduction of insects in the soil, such as small snails, earthworms, black beetles, and so on. At the same time, the furnace ash could help the chickens to grind other things. There was always sand in the chicken's stomach. Because the composition of the furnace ash was not clear, it contained calcium. The chickens ate it to lay eggs. Otherwise, they would have to feed more bone powder. Isinba was engrossed. The screen was not written with words. It was a combination of pictures, sounds, and words. In fact, the sound had nothing to do with the screen. There was sound. It was written in today's newspaper. There is a special water screen at night. If this water screen is released by a monk in Tubo God, he watched with relish. The technical guidance video for the ordinary people used the most simple language and the most direct operation. When listening, it made people forget the words and language. They only remembered the content. Li taught writing and explanation. He avoided using combinations such as because, so, although, but, and so on. He did not like to say again and again in the process of explanation. Everyone can see that there is a lot of furnace ash. It is very helpless for us. Then we really want to know, in terms of literary foundation and literacy, Li had high standards. When a paragraph was close, he tried his best not to repeat the same word. Unless it was to show the beauty of the words, such as writing poetry, people should automatically ignore the combination of words and maintain the flow. From simplicity to complexity, from complexity to simplicity, that was it. The Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of the production, so they naturally listened to Li. They worked very hard, were very serious, and were very persistent. They were quite appropriate and perfect. I'm talking about the Guangzhou prefecture. Did they lose any of the food they transported along the way? Boxy was worried. Did you hear me? Zhang Jiuling used Li's money to repair the road. The road from Guangzhou to the Yangtze River has been repaired. Along the way, there will be trade and exchange of goods from various places to make up for the cost. To the riverside, they only need to hire boats. How can the cost of water transport compare to land transport? If you don't believe me, look at the return journey. I guarantee that 60 boats will be full. The goods on board can be used as tradable goods on the return journey. Isinba thought further than Boxy and guessed it. He had no choice. He wanted to learn more. He wanted to draw the knowledge in front of him and give it to his tubo. Chapter 1563. Buqiao glanced at Isinba. Everyone is anxious. What are you doing? Sigh. Isinba said helplessly, I've sent a letter to Tubo. Since India is weak, we should attack them. This way, Tubo will have a way out. It seems that they've been planning for Tubo to have a son. Is he going to be a full moon soon? Buqiao talked about Princess Jincheng and the child. Princess Jincheng gave birth to a son. He was born prematurely, but the child did not die. He was small when he was born. Later on, he was nourished and had oxygen. The Tang dynasty sent oxygen machines and things that could make oxygen. The little guy was lucky. In Tubo, there were only a few babies born prematurely that could survive. The two looked at each other and saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. The news arrived the day before yesterday. Let's keep it a secret for 2 days. Do you want to tell me? Buqiao wanted the child to die. Princess Jincheng gave birth to him. Her status depended on her son. The situation now is not about the child. It's about national strength. With this child, we may be able to persuade the Tang dynasty to give in. Isinba was talking about national affairs, but his heart was as sad as it could get. The Tang dynasty was suppressing Tubo. To what extent? It depended on Li's idea. They had already sent troops to the Tang dynasty for a long time, so they needed to estimate the cost. Usually, when they sent troops, they would use the method of ending the war quickly. They would suddenly start the war and withdraw after the war. When Li appeared, there would be no problem with logistics. They could fight however they wanted. They had just transferred 30,000 recruits trained in Taibai Mountain to Chang, and ordered Chang and to send out 30,000 soldiers to replace the winged knights at the front. They felt that Li Yi was skillful in mobilizing troops. He could mobilize all sides as he pleased. The most annoying thing was that Li Yi was clearly very good at fighting, but he was so timid that it made people speechless. His ambulance was taken by Princess Yongmu to Wentian Lanxiang Pavilion. He couldn't trust other cars and flew there to deliver food. He cooked for a woman and delivered food. Did he have a little backbone? He was also worried about assassination. He flew here and there without the slightest courage. It was this thing that supported the internal stability of the Tang dynasty and the external wars. How could the common people understand the hardships of the Tubo envoys? The 20 counties outside the capital government received the news that the government of Guangzhou had sent over 60,000 sure of grain. They knew how to calculate and understood that they would not be able to eat for more than a few days. They were even more aware of the significance. The remote areas of the Tang dynasty had the ability to support Chang, and the only place further away than Guangzhou was Cheongzhou. Cheongzhou is said to have been planted with a lot of crops that can only grow in hot places like pepper. The Li family Zhuangzi's people went to Guangzhou, and then Guangzhou had a grain delivery trip. The cultured commoners did not expect the price of grain to fall. Low grain prices hurt farmers. The newly delivered grain can be put into Chongping warehouse. In the future, if there is a drought or flood, it will be taken out for use. In any case, it wasn't expensive to buy grain now. When it came to eating meat, the amount of rice, wheat flour, millet, sorghum rice, big yellow rice, and highland barley was very little. Highland barley was used to adjust the taste. It wasn't eaten often and wasn't delicious. Cook it with other things, feed it to the pigs, or sprinkle a few extra handfuls of it when the chickens are about to lay eggs to make them lay eggs faster. The importance of teaching the commoners to read and understand was highlighted. The commoners would analyze it themselves. They would be happy and satisfy their needs. Since midnight last night, there was no wind at all. In the morning, the sun jumped out. There were no clouds, and the sun seemed lonely. Buetao and Isimba tidied up. They didn't eat breakfast at all. They planned to eat Li family Zhuangzi's food and scare Li Yi to see if Li Yi dared to see them. Today was not a court meeting. Bai Gu and the others continued to work in Li family Zhuangzi. They ate first. Where's Xiao Yi? Bai Gu was very uncomfortable. He couldn't see Li Yi, so he looked at Princess Yongmu. I'm not with Li Lang. Princess Yongmu pursed her lips. Find the nurses to look at the radiographic films before dawn and prepare to practice. Look at it first, then discuss it when we eat. When Li Longji came in, he knew Li Yi's every move. Your Majesty, Tubo envoys Buetao and Isimba have come out to lead the team. They seem to have an important matter and are about to reach the bridge. Guazi had just received the news and came to report. Ignore it. Everyone eat. We haven't eaten beef stuffed shumai and mutton soup for a month. Cows don't always die. Li Longji was calm. Why would he care about Tubo? Did they dare to hit or scold him? If they dared to hit him, hit him. If they dared to talk, hit him. Tubo envoys didn't know that they were in a state of being beaten. They came to the bridge, excitedly. Tell your Li Yi that there's an important matter. We can only tell him when he sees us. If there's a delay, don't blame us for not warning you in advance. Buetao thought that he had the upper hand, at least in this matter. Dong Zhu is not free. Tell him the matter first, and then wait. The villager at the bridge was not used to Buetao's illness and was arrogant. Can you bear the responsibility for what you said? Buetao's face became serious. Bullshit. Can the sky fall because of your Tubo? It's nothing more than you want to go to war or give benefits to the Tang dynasty or something happened to Princess Jincheng. We're not afraid of war. Give benefits and you'll correct your attitude. As for Princess Jincheng, if she's wronged, do you believe that the soldiers of the Tang dynasty will flatten Tubo? The villager said as he took a bite of his jianbing. He came to take over the shift early in the morning and hadn't eaten. There was a free soup beside him. He put some chopped green onions in it and boiled it for a while. If he ate it now, it would irritate his nose. Buatao put his hands on his left chest and took a deep breath. He didn't know why, but he was worried that Li Yi had not woken up yet. If he fell down and needed Li Yi to save him, he would be angered to death by the villager. What a pity. Drink the soup. Who are you trying to scare? You didn't even drink a sip of water when you woke up this morning, right? You probably lost too much fluid, and your blood is sticky. Drink. The villager kindly passed the bowl of soup to him. Another villager, next to him, scooped a ladle of cold water. Drink this. Don't drink it hot. Your body is dehydrated and your body temperature is rising. If you're not feeling well, drink cold water to help lower your body temperature. Yes, yes, yes. Drink a cup of cold water when you wake up in the morning. The first villager took the bowl back. Buatao didn't have time to argue. He quickly drank it. Indeed, he should drink cold water. The other Tubo envoys quickly looked for water to drink. They were all afraid of death. Okay, tell your Dong Zhu, just say. Aisimba drank the water and wanted to talk about something important. Report, urgent report. Princess Jincheng gave birth to a son. Report, urgent report. A group of cavalry rushed over and threw a sign. Quick, go in. The villager received the sign and asked them to go to the bridge. There were people on the bridge in charge of the second, third, and fourth inspection. We want to say that Princess Jincheng gave birth to a boy. Buatao shouted. No one paid attention to him. It was too late. He turned to Aisimba and said, "We came first, didn't we?" Aisimba put his hands on his left chest and took a deep breath. Someone reported that someone in Tubo leaked the news. Oh, yes. They came later than us by a day. Buatao reacted. The person who reported the news went in. They were inspected, but the news was passed inside. Li Sholi, who was eating, stood up and flipped the table in front of him. Quick, ask how is my Nunu? He was the father of Princess Jincheng, Li Nunu. He was afraid that something would happen to his daughter. Chapter 1564. The entire cafeteria seemed to be quiet. The ministers and kings looked at the 4 skinny messengers and were extremely nervous. Replying, Huchi, replying to Yu Wang's words, the princess and her son are safe. The leading messenger first revealed a happy expression, and then his expression darkened. The other 3 were the same. Another person took out a lacquered box from his bosom and knelt on the ground, holding his head with both hands. Li Sholi took the box and was about to open it when he suddenly reacted and handed it to Li Longji. Li Longji was not in a hurry to open it. He looked at the 4 of them and asked, "Who are you?" Princess Jincheng's personal guards. The 4 of them answered at the same time. "How did you get out? How many people were there when you came out?" Li Longji asked again. Steal, run out 10 people. Those 6 people. Zhang, Juling, closed his eyes. Injured and rescued. First. The messenger began to gasp for breath, and the people beside him quickly handed him a clean, wet handkerchief. The 4 of them drank water with their mouths, and a little water entered their mouths. After a while, their breathing evened out. We ran from the tunnel that we secretly dug earlier, led the horses, and rode 2 horses each. We ran wildly under the cover of the night, and on the 4th night we were caught up by the pursuers. There were only 12 experts who caught up, and they were more tired than us. They wanted to capture us alive and go back to question the princess, but we killed them. We stole their horses and continued to run. After running for another 2 days, more Tubo people caught up. We ran like crazy, and we didn't know where we were. Both sides shot at each other, and 3 of us were injured. Seeing that we were about to be surrounded, a lot of winged knights suddenly appeared. Both sides fought, and we followed. The winged knights' arrows were fast, accurate, and far. If it weren't for protecting us, they wouldn't have been injured. A total of 6 of us were injured and stayed in the city. 100 winged knights protected us back. The messenger made it clear that no one died. The first group of experts didn't kill them and were dealt with by them. When the second group wanted to make a move, they entered the territory patrolled by the Tang dynasty. The hot air balloon saw the horses first, and the winged knights came to help. "Oh my God, why are you guys acting like this when no one died?" Baigu patted his chest. He could feel the danger, but he thought that everything was safe. "We married the princess, brought our wives, and had children there. We ran out to report the news and were discovered." The messenger stopped at this point. His meaning was self-evident. Bang! The sound of someone slamming the table was heard. Empress Wang was furious. "How dare they? Go and ask uncle to come here." "Sister-in-law, why are you looking for me?" Li Yi happened to appear at the door. He had rushed over as soon as he received the news. Princess Jincheng secretly sent someone to report that she gave birth to a boy. Out of 10 people, 6 of them were injured and are recuperating in the city of Yellow River. The person who reported the news is there. Empress Wang explained everything clearly in one sentence. "Oh, don't worry. We have Qin Li, Zhang Shaosong, and Hao Lingquan," Li Yi said confidently. "They dare to send troops?" Song Jing thought of the key point. "Why not? They will probably say that they want to see the child. Hao Lingquan is a smart person." Li Yi was not worried. Qin Li was a general trained by him and knew what he was thinking. He was protective of his own people. Only when the two sides were equal in strength could he reason with them. The Tang dynasty was powerful. Why should they explain to Tubo why someone sneaked out to report the news? Why did they send troops to kill them? Didn't they want to share the good news with the Tang dynasty? Don't worry. Stand and walk slowly. Drink the soup in small sips. Drink the warm soup. You are hot now. Don't drink cold water. Li Yi turned to the 4 non-commissioned officer who reported the news. "You are Li Dongzhu." The 4 of them looked much better. "I have 2 official positions, Jinziguang Lu, the great general of the army. Before that, I also had the Tang dynasty's overseas pacification envoy and the general of heavenly strategies. I resigned," Li Yi said as he stepped aside. The nurses came in from behind and examined the 4 of them. Li Longji opened the box and took out a jade pendant and a roll of yellow silk. There were small handprints and footprints in red ink on the handkerchief, which obviously belonged to the child. The child's date of birth was written on it. The 6th year of the Kaiyuan era, the 23rd day of the 3rd month, the 3rd quarter of the 5th day of the 5th month 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 of the 5th month. She was born prematurely. She was very weak when she was born. She was placed in the incubator that was sent to her when she knew she was pregnant. The temperature was adjusted and oxygen was supplied. Presumably, he wanted the Tang dynasty to help his child survive. There was a paragraph at the end. Li Longji read, "Tang Tu's uncle and nephew are willing to marry and govern. The weak woman is unable to stop the troops, the war horses neighing at the border. When a child is born this year, is it possible for the disturbance to be settled? Guarding the west of Fan, thinking of the east, day and night of peace." After Li Longji finished reading, the large single room fell silent again. Li Shouli's tears flowed down his cheeks. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh and blood dripped down. Li Dan couldn't help but wipe away his tears. The royal family of the Tang dynasty is incompetent, using a woman to seek peace. Shao Yi, I order you to bring Princess Jincheng back. We can't stay there anymore. Mr. Mu, wake up. Don't talk nonsense all day. Li Yi helplessly said to Li Dan. He was out of character. Oh, it's mainly because I've been reading some romance novels you've written recently and thought of myself as the emperor. I'm so anxious. Li Dan quickly adjusted his mood. His excuses were ready-made. Li Yi automatically ignored him and didn't continue the conversation. This child is the key. We must protect it. We need 4 nurses to bring simple instruments, generators, and medicine. I'm willing to go. All the nurses shouted together. They wanted to protect the child and serve the country and the people. Select the villagers. Bring pigeons. Every 10 days, write a secret letter to me and send it to me on a fast horse. The pigeons will fly once every half a month. Tell them that the Prime Minister of Tubo is called Dalin. If my people are wronged, I promise to use the power of the entire Li family Zhuangzi to destroy Tubo. Li Yi decided on the candidates and brought them to warn them. Use the power of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji touched the small hands and footprints on the ink pad. Yes. Third brother will speak to His Majesty. Li Yi asked, What do you want to do today? Stop acting? Can't you be a little more professional? The 4 non-commissioned officers inexplicably felt relieved. They drank a few mouthfuls of hot soup. Even if they were tired, they still wanted to eat. Each of you bring a bowl of bone broth and meat bird's nest. Fry a big goose egg with garlic chili sauce. No soy products as side dishes. Li Yi looked at the 4 people and thought for a while. Then he gave them a menu. He was not worried about the lack of oxygen. They came down from the plateau. It was good enough that they did not get drunk on oxygen. Dongzhu, Tubo's envoys Buizhu, and Isimba are at the bridge. They want to see you about the birth of Princess Jincheng. Songda saw that things were almost done and remembered that there were 2 more people. Ask them if there's anything else. If not, don't come. Give each of you 2 caddies of chili sauce. In the future, we have to hope that Tubo will sell more chili sauce. Li Yi did not care about the 2 envoys. Why do they want to see me? I'm not an official with real power. They can eat spicy food. In Bhutan, where he was, eating chili was a daily thing. People ate chili peppers like carrots, cabbages, potatoes, and eggplants. There seemed to be chili peppers in Bhutan now. It was not the American chili that came from the Ming Dynasty. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please return to Qijian to subscribe. Thank you. The farmer bowed. Chapter 1565. The 4 of them sat at a square table, scooping and blowing on the broth with spoons. It took less than 3 minutes for Li Yi to eat the broth. They ate cold noodles, shaved noodles, steamed noodles, and wontons at the cafeteria at the same speed. The food was always prepared, and the broth was always watery. The food was cooked in 2 minutes. Each of them had a spicy chicken rack, grabbed a piece of broth and gnawed on it. The chicken rack was braised in advance, and the sauce was added to the pot when frying. It was ready after a few flips. Li Yi also ate the broth, but it was cold and had little broth. He still had to practice later. If he drank too much water and suddenly wanted to pee, what would happen to the death row prisoners lying on the operating table? The wontons were stuffed and the broth was peeled. In fact, both of them ate the broth, including the wontons and wontons. They looked the same, but the details were different. Li Dongzhu, is our family really okay? The non-commissioned officer, who ate a mouthful of oil, asked Li Yi embarrassedly. He felt that they did not have the spirit of sacrifice. For the Tang dynasty, it would not matter even if their whole family died. Facing Li Yi, he spoke his mind. He really did care. Li Yi stopped and said solemnly, Don't worry, everything will be fine. The stronger the Tang dynasty's military strength, the more the Tubo people will not dare to make a move. Princess Jincheng will not allow anyone to understand her. She is very smart and has been educated in the palace since she was young. That child is her support. Although it is wrong to favor boys over girls, the air of the country is very important. Li Yi recognized Tubo as a country and faced them head-on. In the future, they could invade and annex the country. He believed that Princess Jincheng was not an idiot and understood the current situation. The Tang dynasty had hundreds of thousands of soldiers watching from the sidelines. The logistical supplies could send her to the seaside, such as oxygen tanks, newspapers, kerosene, diesel, alcohol, and so on. Last summer, they sent her fruits. In the winter, she used the glass greenhouse that was transported to her palace. The glass was fragile, but she made it into modules that she could put together. Mirrors, thermos bottles, bicycles, cement, canned food, cotton clothes, and quilts were all hers. Zampa did not have any. Zemp wants to enjoy, gets her place, enjoys her things, and enjoys each other. When she was happy, she would give something to the other women in Zampu, and no one would dare to snatch it from her. It was not how powerful she was, but how powerful the soldiers of the Tang dynasty were. This year, it was clearly Sulu who led the assault cavalry and joined forces with the Abbasid Caliphate and Tubo to attack the Tang dynasty. In the end, the white-clothed Abbasid had been forced to kneel, and the cavalry had suffered heavy losses. They couldn't even run back and had to suffer another beating. Tubo had used the 9 Ben's land, the dowry given to her by the Tang dynasty, to launch an attack. Now that the 9 Ben's land was lost, the Tang dynasty's army continued to push forward. They used sky-piercing monkeys, explosives, hot air balloons, and flintlocks. The entire sister lake at the source of the Yellow River was given away. The great Tang army built cities along the Yellow River, attracting a large number of tribes. If she didn't know how to make use of this situation, she wouldn't have grown up in the palace. They didn't know why, but after hearing Li Yi's words, the 4 of them immediately relaxed. The others also returned to normal. Li Sholi took the letter written by his daughter and put it away with a smile. He could only keep it for a while. It did not belong to him. How rude! I'm so angry. Buju carried his 2 jean of chili sauce and cursed as he looked for a place to eat at the bridgehead. He and Isinba only had this one matter. They wanted to make use of it, but someone else beat them to it. Li family Zhuangzi's chili sauce is different from the one made with chili powder. Let's keep 2 jean and send the other 2 back. Isinba was more sensible. He had obtained important information, and Princess Jincheng was able to send someone out alone. Normally, they would have sneaked out, which meant that there was a loophole in the Tubo royal court. 2 bowls of knife-shaved noodles. Make it bigger. Add a braised egg. Add more green onions and coriander. Add more meat sauce, too. Buju sat at the knife-shaved noodle stall and told the stall owner. He turned around and said, "Immediately write a letter back and tell Daluin that Princess Jincheng has her own channels to secretly send information. Okay, add 1 jean of noodles, 1 jean of braised egg, 1 jean of green onions and coriander, and 1 jean of meat sauce." The stall owner shouted and went to work. The waiter next to him was puzzled. 1 jean of green onions and coriander? Can't you be full with green onions and coriander? Boss, 1 jean of braised egg, green onions, coriander, and meat sauce, right? The waiter reminded him. Quickly go and report. These 2 are Tubo envoys. They want to send a message back to Tubo. It's not good for Princess Jincheng. Go quickly. The stall owner lowered his voice and spoke urgently. His face was full of anxiety. "Oh, got it. I'll go." The waiter ran away. The waiter came to the bridge and explained the situation. The guards guarding the bridge and the Li family Zhuangzi's people all knew the waiter. They didn't dare to delay and led him inside. The waiter took off his clothes as he walked. He took off his shoes, leaving only his boxers. "Hurry! Don't waste time searching me. I can even take off these. Why do I feel that the price is wrong?" Just now he was thinking about the Tubo incident. When he thought about it, he realized what went wrong. Isinba reacted. "How much green onions and coriander can 1 jean buy?" "It depends on the season. In winter, a handful of coriander is 1 jean. Green onions are more expensive. Among the vegetables in the greenhouse, only coriander and green onions were expensive. Green onions were not. What about the braised egg? Isinba asked about the price of the egg. At first, the Li family Zhuangzi sold it as 100 boiled round egg. It's a scam. Later, it was not worth much. Everyone raised chickens. Give me the recipe. Boxy had been in the great Tang since the beginning, and Isinba had come later. He felt that he had a good understanding of the various operations of the Li family's farmstead. What about the meat sauce? Isinba continued to ask. The Li family Zhuangzi wrote about the meat sauce in the newspaper. They didn't keep it a secret. It's just that the meat sauce sold by the Li family Zhuangzi is more expensive than others. Li kept it a secret? Isinba suddenly realized. No, the Li family Zhuangzi's braised noodles, knife-shaved noodles, handmade noodles, and soy sauce taste better. How much is a bowl of knife-shaved noodles? Isinba looked at the stall owner who was slowly shaving noodles. 1 RMB. Didn't you add something? The stall owner turned his head and said. He did not delay his action of shaving noodles. How much is your cost? Isinba stared at him and asked. Someone told me to sell knife-shaved noodles. If I sell 100 kilograms of noodles, they will give me 100 renminbi. What's wrong with that? I'm better than those free people. I'll sell it to you for this amount. What do you think? The stall owner retorted. Why do you care about my cost? If I'm bearing the cost, I'll charge you more. Don't eat it if you dare. Nothing. Pay up. We suddenly have something to do. We'll give you the money first. Let's go. Isinba took out a 10 renminbi coupon and put it on the table. He pulled Isinba and was about to leave. He felt that something was wrong. It was his sixth sense. This stall owner was hostile. Wasn't it scary? Go. They reneged on their debt. These two are reneging on their debt. Everyone, please be reasonable. They said they wanted 20 bowls of noodles and packed them up. In the end, they only paid 10 yuan and wanted to leave. They even added sauce. How could the stall owner let his enemies go? He made up a reason to make them stay. What's going on? Isinba was not stupid. He knew that the situation was not good. You're talking too much. They heard you. Where did the waiter who helped you go? Li, why don't you become the emperor? Isinba understood everything. He was not afraid. He just felt sad. Chapter 1566. Li Dongzhu. Someone wants to harm Princess Jincheng. The shop assistant finally rushed to Li Yi wearing a new set of clothes. The village owner couldn't have asked him to come in just as boxers, so he gave him the new set of clothes. As he spoke, the shop assistant touched his clothes and looked down at his new shoes. Who? Li Sholi stood up again. Buozhu and Isinba, I know them. They are Tubo's envoys. They said that there is a loophole in Tubo, and the news came out, so they want to write a letter back. The shop assistant turned to look at the direction he came from, filled with righteous indignation. I'll kill them both. Li Sholi was really angry. His own daughter wrote a letter, as if she was sacrificing her life for the Tang dynasty. Now, someone wants to deal with her. Do you think I'm a pushover? Sit down first. Call them in. I want to meet them. Nurses, get ready to leave. Winged knights will escort them. It will be hard to travel by land. Li Yi hurriedly made arrangements, racing against time. Li Yi, they want to deal with. Li Sholi was anxious. I'm here. See how I'll trick them. I'll talk to them alone. You can eavesdrop. Li Yi promised. I haven't seen Xiao Yi play tricks for a long time. Yao Chong was the most excited. He had been harmed by Li Yi many times. At least that was what he thought. The truth was that Li Yi didn't consider him at all when he was developing the industry. He was the one who wanted to compete. In the end, all the craftsmen were given to Li Yi. At that time, what he cared about was his right to speak. Li Yi was anxious to improve the development of society and increase his lifespan. In his heart, he regarded Li Yi as his opponent, but Li Yi didn't care about him. He was ignored. This was the biggest sorrow in life. Buozhu and Isimba were surrounded outside and couldn't leave. I didn't buy 20 bowls. There are only 2 of us. What's the use of buying 20 bowls? Buozhu tried to explain. You said you want to take it away. Of course, you want to give it to others. Am I right, everyone? The person selling shaved noodles shouted, and at the same time he winked at the others. That's right. You can take as many as you want. I sell steamed buns. Someone can pack 100 steamed buns. If you wrap them well, you won't get cold. Since when did we say that we won't pay? If we go in, we'll lose money if we can't sell it. Where are they from? He's so unreasonable. The people around them began to talk one after another, accusing Bo Xie and Zhang Wuji one after another. Shu shaved noodles? Can I still eat if I walk back? Boxy was furious. You can even separate the soup from the noodles now. You can just shake the noodles in the soup when you go back. The bubbles won't be big. You're clearly looking for an excuse. Do you think it's easy to sell knife-shaved noodles? There were also people criticizing him. There was still a way. Separating the noodle soup was the same as scooping it directly. The bowl was made of bamboo and there was a deposit of 2 jiao. If he didn't want to return the money, he would buy it for 20 cents. It wasn't a loss. There was a secret mark on the bowls that forbade anyone from returning their bowls. The noodles were separated and the noodles were wrapped in lotus leaves. If you want to buy 20 servings, you need to leave a deposit for the basket. I'll buy it. Here you are. But I don't want it. You can keep it for others. Boxy took out the money. You still want to add eggs, green onions, coriander, and meat sauce. The stall owner shook his head and refused. Boxy nodded and patted an exchange voucher worth 100 renminbi. Here you are. Is this enough? Let's go. Go. You gave me a fake exchange voucher. Do you want to run away? The stall owner didn't even look at the exchange voucher and directly finished the appraisal. How can such a dignified person use fake money? He doesn't look like a person from the Tang dynasty. Our exchange voucher has been copied. This is not good. Catch them and ask where they made it. The exchange voucher has something as collateral. It can be exchanged for gold, silver, copper, and other things at any time. They want to empty the Li family Zhuangzi. Report to the government. Who goes to the government office? Wanyan County is in the east. Find Wanyan County. The people surrounding them continued to talk without looking at the exchange voucher. Boxy opened his eyes wide and was stunned. He took a deep breath and took out an irregular piece of gold from his sleeve. This should be enough, right? I'll use gold. Boxy's hands were trembling. It's fake. The gold is fake. Whether the gold is real or fake, the exchange voucher is fake. We have to ask clearly. That's right. How did you make it? You want to harm the Tang dynasty, don't you? You. Boxy pointed in a circle. Don't say any more. It's useless. The noodle seller will stop you. The people around will take the hint. Wait for the Li family Zhuangzi to come out. Isimba stopped Boxy from continuing to explain. He was not afraid of others knowing. Tubo did have a loophole. Otherwise, why would Princess Jincheng send someone alone? Could it be that he was not allowed to mention it? Sigh. Boxy sighed heavily and sat down again. Let's eat the noodles. I bought them with money. You, hurry up. Fake money? What noodles? The gold is fake too. It looks fake. The stall owner picked up the exchange vouchers and gold and put them in his pocket. It seemed that he was not going to return them. It should be a reward for delivering the message. Anyway, it was not Li Dongzhu who paid for it. You. Boxy looked at the empty bowl in front of him. He was not hungry anymore. He was full of anger. Old Seven, treat me. I'll eat noodles here later. Give me 3 spoonfuls of meat sauce. It's not salty. I'll drink more soup. I'll add 5 eggs. You're making a lot of money. I saw the gold. It's worth at least 200 yuan. The helpers discussed their gains in front of the 2 suspected counterfeiters, and prepared to divide the spoils. "Give us some soup. We'll drink it." Boxy accepted his fate. He should not have talked too much just now. "Where's the soup? Is the soup free?" the stall owner retorted. Isimba got up himself and went to the shed to get 2.5 bowls of free soup. "You're going too far." Boxy was aggrieved. "It's okay. Jean-Pou has a son after all." Isimba was open-minded. The two sipped the soup. Not long after, a group of people arrived from the other side of the bridge. "Two envoys, my Dongju invites you." Songda came over personally. "Let's go." "Thank you, Steward Song." Boxy did not look at the stall owner, who snatched his money. He went in with Songda and the others. He had to change his clothes first. It was standard procedure. When meeting important people, one had to bathe and change clothes at the designated place. There were also people to serve and help. Other than the important items that had been checked, everything else that looked like it could hurt people was forbidden. The stall owner smiled and nodded at Songda. He did not mention anything about the counterfeit money after greeting them. How could the exchange coupons be counterfeited? Even paper could not do the same. After they left, he called out to everyone, "Everyone, let's eat noodles. I'm only in charge of shaving the noodles. You can fish it when it's cooked. Don't look for me if you need anything." Everyone did not stand on ceremony. They took Boxy and waited. Someone put the soup in a bowl in advance and added meat sauce and aged vinegar. They did not touch the braised eggs. They left some for others. Eggs were not cheap. The stall owner cut the noodles happily and hummed a tune. On the other side, Boxy and Songda took a simple bath and changed into Zhuangzi's clothes. They met Li Yi. Li Yi received the two of them alone. There were surveillance cameras in the house, so others could see them. "Please take a seat. I'm inviting the two of you. It's not a matter of state. I have a business deal. Look at this big glass pot. Isn't it beautiful?" Li Yi set up a transparent glass pot with patterns in front of him. There was a fire under it, and something was cooking inside. It was a hot pot. The fire was naturally an alcohol lamp. The flame was not bad. Boxy frowned. He did not want to see alcohol. It would bring back memories of being cheated. He did not want to look back. Chapter 1567. When ordinary people heard that Li Yi wanted to sell glassware, and such a big one at that, they would definitely be overjoyed. However, Buqiao and Isimba simultaneously revealed vigilant expressions, and even seemed a little frightened. "It's too expensive, we can't afford it." Buqiao's eyes glanced at the alcohol stove from time to time. He wanted to change it to kerosene, gasoline, or diesel. Isimba nodded at the side. Yes, it was expensive. He had long seen that Li family Zhuangzi knew how to bake glass. Glass from other places was expensive, and it was usually used as an object, such as a cup. Glass sold from other places was transparent, but it was not as transparent as Li family Zhuangzi's. The cup's shape was not good, and the wall was thick. It should be cast, and there were bubbles inside. Li family Zhuangzi's glass cups were sparkling and translucent. There were various shapes, and they looked better than crystal. The most impressive was the big glass. It was such a big piece, and it was flat. Look at Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion. Someone accidentally bumped into it, but it did not break. Including this room, the big glass door. If one were to be sold, how much would it cost? It looked like it was cast. Why was there not a single bubble in such a big door? The big glass pot in front of them was the same. Li Yi put mutton slices into the pot. "I have a new business model. You can use your reputation as a guarantee. I will give you the item first, and you will sell it. After you sell it, we will split the money." "What if you can't sell it?" Buqiao was very cautious. He did not ask about the proportion of the money. "If you can't sell it, you can return it. I will give you dozens of glassware. Some people like it, so you can sell it in large quantities. Some are not popular, so you can't sell it. You can buy more of the kind that sells well. If you can't sell it, you can send it back to Li family Zhuangzi. You are the sales staff responsible for opening up new markets. For example, India. Don't you want to fight there? Li Yi pointed to the west and said calmly, "What do you mean? We don't fight India." Bu Qiao was shocked. "How do you know we are moving west?" "Don't be agitated. The fight I mentioned is to open up the market, not to fight," Li Yi said. "Yes, open up the market." Isinba's forehead was covered in sweat. "How much is the wholesale price? How much should we sell for?" Li Yi tapped the glass pot twice. "Wholesale price. Now, the pot costs 2,000 cubes per pot. The sales price is 3,000 cubes per pot. For sales promotion, the price is 2,300 cubes. The wholesale price is expensive." Isinba didn't even think before lowering the price. 1,800 carvings. "Don't worry, there's naturally a wholesale price. Since we're cooperating, I'll give you the price of the goods. 1,200 taels for a set, not a pot. Men, bring the things." Li Yi waved his hand. "You guys really don't know how to bargain." As soon as the door opened, the four princesses entered with trays in their hands. There was one glass tray for glass plates, for glass bowls, for glass chopstick holders, for glass wine glasses, and 4 glass soup bowls. After putting down the things, they went out in an orderly manner. How much you can sell them for will depend on your ability. You can put patterns on them. What patterns do others like? We'll be responsible for customizing them. The price must be high, 50% higher. As Li Yi spoke, he picked up a wine glass and showed the two of them the words on it. "It's hard to say goodbye, but we drink to our heart's content." Words are made by pouring water. Can glass be burned into paste? Buju saw the problem. "Yes," Li Yi admitted. "Aren't you afraid that we'll learn? Burn things and turn them into glass. Try more, you'll find out." Buju stared into Li Yi's eyes and asked, "Exchange coupons are made of paper and ink. Have there been any fake coupons?" Li Yi said calmly, "If I tell you, will you know?" Buju showed a pained expression. "Who said that the coupons weren't fake? Didn't I just take out 100 taels and get surrounded? And it was confiscated along with the gold." Isinbo went straight to the point. 1,200 cubes per pot. How much for one? It depends on what it is. It's a big pot, so it's guaranteed to be expensive. If you buy it separately and put together a set, 5,000 cubes won't be enough. I'll give you the price list later," Li Yi said casually as if the matter was settled. "We don't have to pay 1,000 sets, 1,200,000 cubes. You don't want to pay?" Buju probed. "How can there be 1,000 sets? I'll give you 10 sets first. You can go and advertise. If someone wants to buy it, pre-order it, and I'll send it out. When you get the money, you can give me the money for the goods. It'll take at least 3 months. The longer the time, the more valuable it will be. Ask them if they want the bicycles. Pre-order the bicycles half a year in advance. They'll be made by hand." Li Yi was very familiar with this. He could take the goods at any time and couldn't show the value. Buju and Isinba looked at each other. Buju asked, "Li Dongzhu, aren't you afraid that we won't pay after taking 10 sets?" "Sai, it's a lie to say that I'm not afraid. This is because the money earned from this will be used on the families of the soldiers at the front lines. If you don't pay, you will lose your reputation. The soldiers' families will have a hard time, and it will affect the morale of the soldiers at the front lines. They are fighting outside because they want their families to have a better life. If they lack money, they can even destroy a country, let alone kill people." Li Yi complained to the two of them. "It's not easy for me, but it's even harder for the soldiers." Buju and Isinba, the two of them, understood. "If we don't pay, you'll beat us, right? Beat us until our country is destroyed? Just because of 10 sets of glassware." "Li Dongzhu, congratulations. Princess Jincheng has given birth to a boy. Although he's not even a month old, he's well taken care of. The heavens are really blessing our Tubo and the Tang dynasty." Isinba took this opportunity to congratulate Li Yi. "No, Tubo is not a country. When your Tubo made peace with our Tang dynasty, it was on the basis of uncle and nephew. Therefore, the soldiers at the front lines have the heart to fight to the death. They won't go against the orders of the imperial court. Li Yi shook his head. Don't look at how I treat your Tubo as a country. You're not a country. Prime Minister Shu, no, or I'll beat you. Boizhu and Isimba looked at each other helplessly. Facing this young Li Dongzhu, they couldn't take advantage of him at all. Even if it's just words, as long as it's related to national affairs, the other party will not give them a chance. Since it's a happy event, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Princess Jincheng sent someone to report to the Tang dynasty. Boizhu began to target. Who? Princess Jincheng sent someone to report the good news to her family. Does she need someone else to report it? For people came, a total of 10. 6 of them were probably killed by someone. They are also worried that if they come out, there will be people hostile to the Tang dynasty who want to kill their relatives, the relatives of Princess Jincheng. This is equivalent to the relatives of the soldiers at the front lines being killed. If they know, not to mention killing people, they can even destroy a country. Li Yi didn't give in at all. Well, you can't get on the battlefield. You can't get on the negotiation table. Isimba and Boizhu were a little dazed. They felt that the last sentence Li Yi said was very familiar. Men, prepare 10 million baggage and send it to the source of the Yellow River. It seems that there are bad people who want to harm Tubo, Zanpu, and Princess Jincheng. Dang, Li Dongzhu don't. Li Dongzhu will write a letter immediately. We promise not to let the bad people succeed. Boizhu felt that Li Yi was just scaring him, but he didn't dare to take the risk. Yes, Li Dongzhu, tell us about the glass set. We'll sell it. We'll give you the money first. Don't worry about our reputation. Give us the money. Isimba was tired. There was no other way. His military strength was inferior to the other party. What else could he do other than compromise? Chapter 1568. I've dipped too much. Let's eat vegetables. We shouldn't eat meat for breakfast, but we're not in Chuyang anymore. Li Yi picked up the serving chopsticks with his left hand and placed the meat on the dipping plate in front of them. The two were physically and mentally exhausted, but they couldn't do anything about it. Even if there were only 3 people here, they wouldn't dare to assassinate him. They were sitting on chairs, big chairs that were heavy and difficult to move. Li Yi was sitting on a stool. It was a tall stool without a backrest or armrests. At the same time, Li Yi's back was facing the door, which was open. The table was bigger and heavier, but the stone slab couldn't be moved. Li Dongzhu, someone said that you should drink cold water in the morning. Is it bad to drink hot soup? Isimba changed the topic. It depends on the situation. Regardless of the season, people with a lot of phlegm shouldn't drink hot soup. In summer, people with yin deficiency shouldn't drink hot water. In winter, people with yin deficiency should drink normal water. For example, people with yang deficiency should drink warm water in all seasons. If there are other symptoms, it depends on the body and the time. Li Yi guessed that the 2 people at the bridgehead were told what to drink in the morning by the villagers. That was because the villagers guarding the bridge had good physiques. They exercised a lot and perspired a lot, so they were told to drink cold water in the morning. Even if it was cold water, they couldn't drink hot water. If they encountered people with irregular bowel movements, drinking cold water in the morning would be smooth and go down smoothly. Generally, when constipated people had no problems with their other organs, they were told to drink cold water if they had the conditions, mainly for diarrhea. It was a temporary treatment, but the root of the problem should be slowly recuperated. Li Yi could fool the 2 Tubo envoys about other things, but he didn't care about their health. Whether they could eat or drink depended on the actual situation. Otherwise, he couldn't make a conclusion. Li Dongzhu, what about us? Isimba knew Li Yi well and pointed at himself and Boxy. Didn't the Imperial Medical Department treat you? Li Yi put the mushrooms he was cooking on the plate. Imperial Medical Department? Do you think the people in Zhuangzi would ask the Imperial Medical Department to treat them if they're not feeling well? Buqiao said with a look that said, "You're playing dumb with us." Among the nurses in Zhuangzi Hospital, there are people from the Imperial Medical Department. They take the pulse first, then put the equipment on. How about this? You two eat now. After you're done, tell the other side to get rid of the bad guys. Don't eat lunch or dinner. I'll check you both at 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. You must eat on an empty stomach. As a doctor, Li Yi was a very upright person. Just do a checkup. It wasn't easy for the two of them to be deceived. Let's write first. We'll eat after we're done, Bo Xia said. Isimba echoed, Yes, I can only feel at ease after I finish writing. Someone came to deliver things, and the two of them began to write letters, telling their family not to touch anyone from the capital's princess. Firstly, the Tang dynasty was not short of food and fodder, so they were transporting a large amount of supplies to the front. Secondly, Li Yi returned with a large amount of blood corals, which could be used as collateral to issue exchange coupons. Xiao Yi said that she was scheming against others. How is that scheming? You even gave me such a low price. Baigu looked at the screen and ate slowly. If you're anxious, you can just scam others. Princess Yongmu's period was not over yet. She and Xiaolan were eating date lotus seed porridge. Hearing Baigu's complaints, she was a little unhappy. Glass is different from glass. There are many kinds of glass. It depends on what is added. What is added? Baigu asked casually. Added, it's a secret. The craftsmanship is also very important. Princess Yongmu was very smart. She would not tell him her family's secret to making money. What's the craftsmanship? Wei Zhigu was very interested. It's still a secret. Your family makes glass windows and adds screen windows. There's sunlight in summer, and you're not afraid of mosquitoes and flies. Princess Yongmu still did not say anything. She knew that Li Yi would not keep secrets from her. Different things were added, and the glass produced would be different. For example, the large floor-to-ceiling glass in her fragrant orchid pavilion was very different from ordinary glass. There were also several craftsmanship. The ordinary process required annealing. She remembered that the glass that Li Lang wanted to sell to others had not been annealed, let alone tempered. If this glass pot was not annealed when it was made, it was very likely that it would explode. There were also plates and bowls. If they were used many times to hold cold and hot food, they would definitely spoil in no time. When others bought them, Tubo would sell them. Tubo would earn a lot of money and expand the market at the same time. When there was a need, the Li family Zhuangzi would provide good products and tell the people over there that Tubo's products were inferior. The Li family Zhuangzi would directly take over those sales. Tubo would lose its economic channel and even more so its reputation. At the same price, the Li family Zhuangzi's products would dominate the market. When they sold in Tubo, they could still make money. As for whether Tubo could make more money, it was impossible. Glass that had not been processed, no matter how good the packaging was, would still spoil after a long journey. If it spoiled, it would have nothing to do with the Li family Zhuangzi. Tubo would bear the responsibility. Princess Yongmu knew that it was all agreed upon. Her Li Lang was always so good. He could actually make people feel refreshed and refined. The officials could not force Princess Yongmu. Looking at Li Yi talking and laughing with others on the screen, they were anxious. Li Yi on the screen spoke again. In addition to glass products, how about we cooperate to sell seasonings? Seasonings? Bo Xia was alert again. Is it 5-spice powder? Isinba was cautious. Curry powder. Sell it to India. They should like it very much. I've already prepared it. The people of the Tang dynasty also eat it. It's quite delicious. Curry powder is a general term. The specific formula is different, but the main effect is the same. It's like popcorn. Do you know what kind of rice I'm popping? It's called popcorn, even if I'm popping soybeans. Li Yi suddenly remembered that India liked to look for spicy things to eat. In order to survive, they relied on spicy things to stimulate the body and promote blood circulation, just like in Sichuan, Tubo, and other places. It was too humid. There had to be a way to deal with it. Guangzhou was also humid. The difference was that the average temperature in Guangzhou was high. When it was 5 or 6 degrees above zero in Sichuan, it was more than 20 degrees above zero in Guangzhou. It was all humid. The humidity in Sichuan was bone-chilling, compared to the dry and cold in the northeast, north, and northwest. The humid and cold were the most deadly. After the fire Kong was installed in the north, the most terrible season was spring. For example, in the northeast, where it was 30 degrees below zero, one could cut the ice and jump in for a winter swim. There were also men wearing boxers and shoes running in the snow. When spring came, how many of those winter swimmers dared to go into the water? It was easy to fall sick. Li Yi was not willing to accept the high price of imported seasonings. He wanted to process it, add chili, and sell it back. He wanted to earn back the import cost by selling curry powder. This was called technological advantage. In Li Yi's time, many countries exported iron or copper ore and crude oil. Then they imported steel, copper, and refined oil. They also exported cotton and imported cotton fabrics, exported soybeans and imported soybean products, exported logs and imported toilet paper. What was more interesting was that in the Northeast, he exported Korean spicy cabbage to South Korea. It was branded in South Korea and sold to many of his countrymen who were not aware of the situation. It was called kimchi. It showed the place of origin. Where was it sold shadily? 8 times the price. Indeed, it was sold shadily and underhandedly. Guess where? The Northeast. Was there a need to guess? Why didn't they buy it from the Northeast? How much would it cost if they added the shipping cost? Why spend 8 times the price to buy spicy cabbage? They even had to invest foreign exchange. Why bother? Was it discrimination against their own country or sucking up to South Korea? Chapter 1569. After Buizhu and Aisimba finished writing the letter, they asked the Li family Zhuangzi's men to send it back to the Honglu temple and quickly spread the news. They told their allies to not bully Princess Jincheng while Zhanpu was still young. Li Yi was ready to start a war at any time. If the Tang emperors wanted to start a war, they might be able to resolve it through diplomatic channels. For example, Song Jing didn't like war. If Li Yi wanted to fight, the outcome would be different. He was simply a madman, and no one could stop him. Both of you, try the different curry sauces. Li Yi didn't care what the Tubo envoy wrote back. He wanted to make money. The source of the Yellow River gave Tubo face and said cooperation. But there was a scheme behind it. Tubo promised to go to India in the west, so they could open up the Silk Road. Tubo didn't need to climb Mount Everest to go to India. There was another way. Unfortunately, the key area in the northwest was occupied by the commandos, and there were also white-clothed Arabs. Otherwise, they could go directly through the walk-in corridor. The curry powder was sent over. It was like putting in 13 spices. It had a unique taste, mainly because there was a lot of ginger powder. Li Yi made 4 kinds. There was very spicy, normal spicy, not spicy but rich, and not spicy. The spicier it was, the more expensive it was. Buizhu and Aisimba tasted it separately. It was their first time eating it. How should they put it? It was quite novel. The taste was good, and it was edible. Li Dongzhu, how much is it? Aisimba thought that the Tubo people would like it. The Indians seem to eat a lot of random spices now. 1 bag for 1 qian, which is 4 grams. The 4 kinds are according to the degree of light, rich, and spicy. They are 20 qian, 40 qian, 60 qian, and 100 qian, respectively. Li Yi gave a sky-high price. Who asked others to sell pepper to him at such a high price? In the Tang dynasty, those who could afford pepper didn't eat pork. They always ate mutton. Mutton was mutton, so pepper could suppress it. It was like selling black tea in the Tang dynasty. It was fermented. People usually ate meat. If they ate too much, their stomachs wouldn't be able to take it. They needed to drink tea. Buizhu frowned. Li Dongzhu, you're talking about the retail price, right? What's the price? He quickly learned how to use new terms. You're a regional, first-class agent. You're responsible for transportation and promotion. I'll give you a discount based on the actual retail sales price. 60 points. Li Yi began to talk about business. 60 points was not a lot. In the past, he could get more than 70 points as a first-class agent selling medical supplies. There was no helping it. The market they were opening up was very expensive. Boizhu and Isinba looked at each other and smiled at Li Yi as if they were students. It was a teacher's lecture, the kind that they did not understand. Li Yi understood and explained. The cheapest guide price is 20 renminbi. In fact, you guys are selling it in bulk. There are secondary distributors in the local area, and you pay them 12 renminbi. If you sell these 12 coins, you will get 7 coins and 20 cents. Give me 4 coins and 80 cents. If you want to look for a secondary distributor, if the sales can't go up, I will change to another distributor. You should have given me a deposit, but I believe in your credibility. Is there a third-level agent below the second-level agent? Boxy understood now and felt that he had learned something new. Yes, but the final retail price may exceed the guide price. Li Yi nodded. He was implying that Boxy was very good at this. We want glass and this. Isimba felt that there was no risk and did not even need to give a deposit. There's a condition. You can't sell it back to the Tang dynasty. I'll only give you tubo. I don't agree with anything beyond that, but I'll still supply you guys. It's written in the contract. Li Yi raised the condition and set a trap for them. Boxy and Isimba did not know about the scheme behind their backs. They smiled and prepared to make money. Perhaps they were too happy and ate too much. They said that they would not come to check at night and would go to Zhuangzi tomorrow morning. Li Yi enthusiastically asked Song to send them off the bridge. Boxy went to the shaved noodle stall and looked at the stall owner. The stall owner smiled as if he did not know them. You two look familiar. Have you eaten noodles before? If you eat again today, I'll give you a braised egg. Let's go. Isimba was afraid that Boxy would cause trouble again and be cheated by the stall owner. He hurried back to discuss how to make money and be a good agent. Did he not see that the other people around him were eager and looking forward to it? Boxy was not convinced. Li Dongzhu asked us to discuss something just now. Aren't you afraid that Li Dongzhu will punish you for what you did? Ha! The stall owner sneered. I'm from the Tang dynasty. I'm loyal to the Tang dynasty. I'm willing to donate half of my wealth to the Tang dynasty soldiers. Why would Li Dongzhu blame me? Because you may have ruined the country's affairs. Boxy thought that he was a business partner and had a high status. What's more important than the people supporting the imperial court? A person came over and said, Third steward, you're back? How's the south of the city? Third steward, were you there last night? Third steward. This person was the third steward of Zhuangzi. His words showed his attitude. Let's go. Isimba ran with Boxy. The people around them puffed out their chests. They looked solemn and determined. Xiao Yi, it's not that I want to scold you, but how can you give the benefits to others? 60 points, and you can't even collect taxes. Xiao Yi, don't go. Bai Gu went to Li Yi with a drooping face and began to complain. Old Bai, arrange people to sell things outside the Tang dynasty. I'll give you 70 points. Think about it more. I'll go practice first. If you don't think it through tonight, I'll tell you. Li Yi shook his head and went to the hospital. He had to take a shower and change his clothes. This was a job that required him to eat radiation. How can it be like this? Is there something else? Zhu Yi. Bai Go's heart was on tenterhooks. Grandpa Bai, Master did it to save me. It's my fault. I delayed your serious business. The little girl, Qing Dai, looked up and said to Bai Gu, Bai Gu, oh, our Qing Dai is here. Grandpa is anxious. Have you eaten? He quickly tried to salvage the situation. When the little girl knew that she didn't have much time left, she still worked hard to learn and help more patients. Now, her master finally found a way to increase the little girl's lifespan. Whoever dared to stop her would be a bad person. I'll eat a bowl of braised egg soup and a beef and onion pie. I've been eating onion recently. Master said that it's good for my health. Qingdai smiled and nodded. Obviously, she liked to eat breakfast. Yes, yes, yes. Listen to your master. Take good care of your body. Bai Gu smiled and patted the little girl's head. He turned around and went to the office. His footsteps were very fast, as if he was running away. Princess Yongmu saw Li Yi enter the hospital and took Xiaolan to the fragrant fragrance pavilion in the ambulance. It was still open today. Because they had seen the film in advance and studied it carefully, the operation today was very smooth. Before noon, Li Yi and the nurses came out. He took a shower and hurried to the small kitchen to cook. Yam roast beef with onions and carrots. At around 12:20, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of the aircraft, Li Yi brought food to the place. Princess Yongmu didn't eat. She was waiting. She was going to wait until 1 o'clock. If he didn't send the food, it meant that Li Lang was too busy. Chapter 1570. Galloping thousands of miles, only thinking of you. 10,000 horses galloping in the wilderness and snow. Men's blood is cold and bleak. A princess's heart is calm and warm. The strong grass is strong and the cold wind is bone-chilling. The snow mountain is still and the water is still. Suddenly, a battle report came. The Tang soldiers were approaching, and the sun shone in the distance. Li Lang, I tasted the onion. Where did it go? Princess Yongmu looked at the vegetables to find the onion. She thought that Li Yi had stir-fried the onion and took it away. Li Yi always stir-fried a lot of things first, and then didn't want them. It's gone. It's so tasty. If you eat the onion directly, it won't taste good. It's not crispy or tough. It's best to stir-fry it. I recently came up with a new method of stir-frying onion. First, stir-fry the onion. After stir-frying, it's gone. Then, use the oil as the base to make stir-fried onion, especially the mutton in stir-fried onion. Some of them are still smelly. Add the onion, and it's delicious. But you can't see the onion. Only the green onion is left. Li Yi came up with a new method. Generally, when making stir-fried onion, the green onion was used to suppress the smell of the meat and at the same time to make it taste better. Of course, using green onions to make stir-fried onion was nonsense. If you used green onions as a dish, you could use green onions as dipping sauce or shredded green onions for pancakes. For pancakes, the green onions were not cut. They were directly rolled and dipped in sauce. If the green onions were not chosen well, they would choke the nose. The green onions for hot dishes must be chopped, including the spicy fish from the Northeast. All the chopped green onions and green onions were not authentic. That spicy fish was made from cod. If it was not made into spicy fish, it would be called Mingtai fish. Only when Li Yi was in the Korean peninsula and the Northeast, the spicy fish eaten was real cod. It was cheap and produced in large quantities by the sea. There was no cod in other places, so they used fake oily fish instead. It was saturated fat. After eating it, oil would flow out uncontrollably from the bottom. Now he was thinking about the cod in Bohai Sea and Khitan. He wanted to get some back to make spicy fish. The spicy sauce was already prepared and was currently used to make Korean pickles. Princess Yongmu actually didn't care about what to eat. As long as Li Yi personally made it, she would feel that it was the most delicious food in the world. She had thought about her life after marriage countless times. Compared to the other princesses, which one would she like the most? Usually, her husband had to hold a position in the imperial court and then scheme against others. She should help him, right? In the end, she found a husband who was different from the other princesses. How could there be a husband who was out socializing? It did not exist. Li Lang was guarding Zhuangzi. What a joke! Who would Li Lang need to play games with? A large group of prime ministers and their families stayed in Zhuangzi, refusing to leave. Why was it so fun? As she thought about it, Princess Yongmu smiled, but then her expression dimmed. Li Lang, Princess Jincheng must be unhappy in Tubo, right? Li Yi, who was eating willow leaf fried bean paste noodles, put down his chopsticks and swallowed the food in his mouth. I'll write a letter to Princess Jincheng. You write and I'll talk. Do you still have the one who impersonated Princess Yongmu? There is. Little Lan. Princess Yongmu agreed. It's here. It's all here. The 4 treasures of the study. Xiaolan picked up her bag from the side. Inside were brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, as well as Princess Yongmu's seal and ink paste. The paper was also special. It represented one's identity. Ordinary officials were not allowed to use this kind of special paper with dark patterns. Let's not eat for now. Let's change to another table. Xiaolan ground the ink stick. Princess Yongmu waited for a while to dip it in the ink. She looked at Li Yi. What do you write? Write. Jasmine blooms, the country collapses, and the wind and clouds of the homeland calm. Always relying on Jincheng as the sacrificial lamb, every memory of grief. The 4 seas wish for peace. The world is full of heroes. Millions of men pay their respects to you, wantonly returning on a pilgrimage. Li Yi pondered for a moment, then replied with a divination operator. Xiaolan waved her fist vigorously. Li Lang, if Princess Jincheng wants to come back to see His Majesty in the future, can she come back at any time? It's fine if she doesn't go back. Bring that Zan Pu back and raise him. He's still young. Princess Yongmu was happy. She finally gave Princess Jincheng an answer. Princess Jincheng wrote back that she was willing to sacrifice herself to help the Tang dynasty stabilize the border. Li Lang replied, I know you've sacrificed too much. We all know that the Tang dynasty is very powerful now. There are millions of soldiers willing to go through fire and water for you. You can come back whenever you want. Princess Yongmu finished writing. Li Lang, do you have your seal? I didn't bring it. Let me put my fingerprint on it. Li Yi took the pen and wrote Li Yi at the back. Then he dipped his thumb in the ink paste and was about to press it on the paper when he stopped. He rubbed off the ink paste, put his finger to his mouth, bit it, and pressed it firmly on the name. Li Lang, you. Princess Yongmu's heart ached. It's okay. I'll be fine the day after tomorrow. If I say there are millions of soldiers, I can mobilize millions of soldiers at any time. Li Yi took the Band-Aid from Xiaolan and wrapped it around his finger. Then he continued to eat his noodles. Hurry up and send it. Catch up with the troops in front. They're carrying things, so they're relatively slow. Princess Yongmu made a lacquer seal and asked the people to send it away. Her eyes were shining. Giddy up. In Tubo's territory, a large group of Tang dynasty cavalry was galloping, geese in the sky in a line. Many people were humming in a low voice. There were more than 250,000 horses in the entire group. Luggage and people were carried on the horses. 5,000 wing knights were in the lead. 5,000 original Tubo warriors were on both sides. Behind them were 30,000 elite soldiers, led by Zhang Shaosong, and 20,000 elite soldiers, led by Hushi Jadushi. After rescuing the messenger, they immediately organized their manpower and supplies on the spot, reorganized them slightly, and ran towards the Tufan base. They only had one goal, to stand up for Princess Jincheng. A large group of Tang dynasty cavalry came in. Does Tubo dare to encircle them? If you can defeat my people, Tubo will be powerful. The Tubo people along the way didn't dare to stop them. They hurriedly urged their horses to report. When the messenger arrived at Chang, and the group was about to rush to the buildings on the mountain, Songtsen Gampo built a palace for Princess Wencheng. Tubo's Zanpu and others lived here. There were no wild wolves on the road. They hid far away. The messenger ran like his life depended on it, and was only 4 hours ahead of this group of people and arrived at their destination. At noon in the Tang dynasty, when Princess Yongmu was eating, the sun had just jumped out of the horizon in Tubo. Princess Jincheng, Li Nunu, was breastfeeding her child. There were maids around her playing a soft tune. The sound was faint, peaceful and warm. The 15-year-old Chi-Dai Zhu Dan was woken up by Li Nunu's maid and helped to dress her. When Princess Jincheng got married, she brought many maids with her, including craftsmen, guards, maids, and imperial physicians. They were the dowry. She gave Chi-Dai Zhu Dan medicine and made her pregnant. Before the medicine's effect wore off, she didn't let Chi-Dai Zhu Dan find other women. He had to spend the night with her maid. She hadn't given Chi-Dai Zhu Dan medicine for a long time. Now that she was pregnant, what else could she take? Chi-Dai Zhu Dan was willing to live here. There were many good things given by her family. The girl's family was powerful. Princess Jincheng breastfed the child herself and didn't let others feed her. The child slept. If she was sleepy, she would also rest. If she was hungry, she would look for her. Other things were taken care of by the maids. The baby only knew to drink milk at the moment. He didn't know what his birth meant. He didn't know how many people moved because of him. Nunu, have you eaten? Chi-Dai Zhu Dan was attached to Princess Jincheng. It was definitely not because of the medicine. Yes, it was not. I can't eat. They said they want to catch people in my palace. Princess Jincheng shook her head slightly. It's just some useless servants. Just hand them over. Actually, report. The Wing Knights and Zhang Shaosong of the Tang dynasty have 100,000 elite cavalry. They are less than 40 miles away from our imperial court. Quickly gather the troops. It's too fast. Each person has 4 or 5 cavalry. Someone shouted outside. His voice was filled with anxiety. Chapter 1571. How could this be? Why did the Wing Knights and God of War Zhang Shaosong come to Tubo? Chi-Dai Zhu Dan panicked. When he looked up, he saw Princess Jincheng's tears. He quickly asked, "Why are you crying?" "No, I'm not crying. The sun rose from the east and blinded my eyes." Princess Jincheng hugged the child with one hand and wiped her tears with the other. After wiping her tears twice, she turned to Chi-Dai Zhu Dan and said, "Zan Pu, tell the Luan dynasty that I won't hand over anyone. Ask them to send the messenger here." "Ah, what messenger?" Chi-Dai Zhu Dan was probably not awake yet. "Who found out that the messenger went out of my palace? Send it here. I'm the princess of the Tang dynasty. Do I need to ask for permission to send someone home?" Princess Jincheng's attitude changed. Before, she insisted on not handing over the messenger. If you have the ability, you can fight your way in. At this moment, she was no longer satisfied with protecting her own people. She wanted others to hand over the messenger. She calculated the time. There was no interval between the messenger's departure and the arrival of the military forces of the Tang dynasty. The messenger must have rushed over and met the Tang dynasty's army. Someone in the army was smart and immediately sent out troops. If she didn't take the opportunity to deal with a group of people and establish her prestige, she would be sorry for her family. Show our princess's flag. Kill the people outside. The female supervisor in charge of the princess's palace knew what to do. She'd commanded people to kill the people who were monitoring the palace. When the guards heard the news, they received the order and went out to kill. Knew why? Chi-Dai Zhu Dan panicked. Princess Jincheng's face was gentle. "Zan Pu, eat in peace. Go and open a can of braised hairtail. Zan Pu loves it the most." "Yes, princess." The maid tapped the ground with the tip of her toes and leaped out. She even made a vertical cross in the air. It was no different from dancing. The others were happy. Some people kept crying. Recently they were scared. They always thought that someone would break in. They hoped that the Tubo people would be afraid of the military forces of the Tang dynasty stationed at the source of the Yellow River. Who would have thought that the troops guarding the Yellow River would take the initiative to rush over? No one dared to stop them. Sigh. How could he eat it? Giving birth to a child is just a message. Why do the great Luan people have to do this? He wasn't stupid. Now that he had woken up, he was awake. He knew what the others were fighting for. He didn't even know that Nu-hu was pregnant. It wasn't until the baby was born that the news was announced. Nu sent the message to the Tang dynasty to save her child's life. The others wanted to control the situation. They were not willing to be suppressed by the Tang dynasty to the current situation. It didn't matter whether the informant's family was handed over or not. The key was who was more powerful. If they couldn't protect the people they brought with them, how much loyalty would the others have left? She obviously understood that there was no compromise. Both sides were at daggers drawn. She had a premature baby and had to nurse the baby. She didn't know how long she could hold on. Perhaps even if Nu burned herself to death, she still wouldn't hand him over. If she died, Tubo would have to answer to the Tang dynasty. Therefore, the others did not dare to force him too much. No one knocked on the palace door. Is everything all right now? The military forces of the Tang dynasty came directly, not to mention 100,000 people. Even if 10 winged knights came, would they dare to kill them? Princess Jincheng looked at the pearls and smiled without saying anything. She was married to Tubo. However, why did it feel like she was on home ground now? Send someone to see who's here. Prepare food in the palace. If you don't have enough, buy it from others. Record down the names of those who don't want to sell. Princess Jincheng's voice was faint but full of momentum. She had money. Li Yi gave her an exchange voucher worth tens of millions of taels, which was super generous. Tubo recognized this money. She could use it to buy things in the Tang dynasty. Usually she didn't need it. Today, she had to entertain her family. She guessed that the army coming now was an action discussed by the generals at the source of the Yellow River. The Tang dynasty didn't know about it. The news should have been sent back. What followed after was another wave of attacks. That future son-in-law, called Li Yi, had a bad temper when it came to outsiders. Yuan, her niece, found a good man. She knew that he could write poems. When she wrote back, she wrote according to the poem that was set to music. The craftsman also had skills. It was said that he cooked well and always cooked for Yuan. He was a man. She had to write a letter to Yuan. She couldn't be arrogant because she was pampered. She didn't care about her identity as Princess Yongmu. Look at Princess Jinxian and Princess Yujin. What kind of life were they living? The men who approached them, those who entered the room, all wanted to be appreciated by His Majesty through them. The Tubo people outside were in chaos. The army was pressing on the border and directly attacked the imperial city. The messenger could only arrive a little earlier. It was said that Qin Li's flag was on the winged knights. Hao Lingchuan's flag was on it. She killed Ma Shu Khan. The other one belonged to Zhang Shaosong, who had once led 10,000 miscellaneous soldiers to conquer 100 cities, slaughtering 3 cities, beating a duodha into hiding in the mountains, which was enough to stop the children of the western regions from crying. There was also a pile of flags that belonged to the former Tubo tribes. They chose brave warriors and put together an army. What's wrong? Is it necessary? Don't you have to spend money on this trip? Men and horses eat. Tubo was anxious and urgently recruited people to deal with it. They didn't dare to relax at all because it was very likely that the other party would attack in one go. It wasn't easy to gather 150,000 soldiers. By the time the Tang dynasty's army arrived, they were all on tenterhooks. Military forces of the Tang dynasty stopped and set up camp. Scouts came and went. 50 hot air balloons rose slowly, and simple mounts were set up. The flintlock soldiers fired their rifles, and the tents were set up one after another. Obviously, the Tang dynasty's army was tired and wanted to take a rest. At this time, if they attacked while the army was tired, maybe more people on their side would die. The other party was all elites. If they wanted to launch a surprise attack, the result would be Tubo Dalu in Chile and Suli urgently discussed with the others. They were not idiots. They knew why the military forces of the Tang dynasty came. Now they had to think about how to calm the anger of the Tang dynasty. It was too late to transfer troops from other places. The other party could launch a tide-like attack after resting for 4 or 5 hours. The first option was to run away with Zanpu and Zanpu's son. They could use the others to resist and consume the Tang army. The second option was to fight head-on. They believed that no matter how many casualties they had, they could keep the Tang army here. In the end, of course, it was better to make peace. It was not a big deal. Someone made a decision, privately, and they didn't know about it. They had wronged Princess Jincheng. Hurry up and rest. Get ready to fight at any time. See if there's a chance to destroy Tubo. Zhang Shaosong was really Zhang Shaosong. He looked at the situation and found that he could try some ideas. How Lin Quan glanced with the binoculars. Most of them are slave soldiers. Tubo warriors are gradually joining the ranks. It's not easy to fight. We're too tired. For hours. Give me wing knights 4 hours. We can recover quickly. We'll all go into extreme self-hypnosis. Qin Li didn't seem to have any energy at all. He sat there with his head down and spoke weakly. Zhang Shaosong and Hao Lingquan knew that the winged knights had a special way to rest. They were all in this state when riding on horses. Whenever they saw Tubo scouts approaching through the binoculars, the winged knights would rush out to drive them away. If they didn't run, they would kill them. It's not suitable to destroy them. Other tribes will take the opportunity to occupy the mountain and become kings. It was like this when Qi Dai Zhu Dan first took the throne. Zhang Shaosong calculated the consequences of destroying the current royal power and evaluated the gains and losses.